आपका शुरू हो जाए उसके बाद अब ये घंटे तो हम कोई कैमरा नहीं छेड़ना है, घंटे बाद छेड़ना।
मैं आपको शुक्रिया अदा कहना चाहता हूँ, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। लेकिन मेरा डायलॉग ये था
10 बजे तक आएंगे सर।
कौन?
पंकज जी।
नहीं नहीं, ये क्या अभी स्टार्टिंग?
हाँ,
मुझे लगा कि मैं रील्स ही देख लूँ तो।
Good morning and welcome to News 9 Live. And today we will talk about Delhi elections. Delhi decides, and the big day for today is the MCD elections. A lot of people will say that why should an MCD election, or why should a municipal election, civil election should invite so many opinions, eyeballs, and so much of electoral mobilization by every political party. But I wouldn't say that the Delhi is different, but I would say the Delhi election has been made different. Delhi's election has been made different for one reason, because it was unexpected. It was announced in middle of campaign between Himachal and Gujarat. That's number one. And the second part of Delhi election is that this municipal election, instead of being fought on local issues, was being fought on corruption, larger political national issues. And the third thing is that Delhi also represents some sort of a deviation from national politics. If you look at the election results of 2004, 2009, 1989, at least if we take a cut-off date from 1980s, urban voting has also indicated the way national mood went, which means that as the Congress did well in Mumbai, Delhi, Calcutta and Chennai, it formed the government at the centre. It improved in 2009. And similarly, if the opposition did well in these urban centres, and they did well. For example, Bharatiya Janata Party did extremely well in 1998 and 1999 elections, and the results of Mumbai, results of Delhi, they were all there to see. Today, we will analyze what makes this MCD poll different, one. Secondly, has Kejriwal run away with the slogan of double engine ki sarkar? Has he indigenized the model, taken away from Modi and made it his own? I have a political editor, Brajesh Pandey, and our legal editor, senior editor I would say, Ashok Bagaria in studio. I'll also be joined by Mohammad Baji and our other correspondent Gulam, who will be taking us through what's happening in the AAP office and Bharatiya Janata Party. But to begin with, elections like BMC, MCD, they're supposed to be low profile, confined, Brajesh, confined to page 2 and page 3 of Times of India and Hindustan Times, more centered around parks, garbage collection time, or for example, cleanliness, or water supply, or supply of electricity. Suddenly this election saw sort of a muscular presence of enforcement directorate, huge corruption cases. Suddenly the narrative was national. Delhi was all about national security, and people were talking less and less about Parali issue. They were talking less and less about the issue of garbage, which greet every person who comes from National Highway 24. It's as if they have been installed there to greet the people coming to National Capital Region. Why did this happen? Was it, Brajesh, something which Bharatiya Janata Party thought and the Aam Aadmi Party reacted to? Or you think that elections increasingly under Prime Minister Modi, whether they are local, whether they are regional, whether they are national, they're fought on the issues which the dominant party sets the stage for?
Well, Karthikeya, I would say that, MCD elections have always been important for Delhi, and they were always page 1 as far as TOI, HT and other newspapers are concerned. The important thing is that what has undergone shift is ever since Aam Aadmi Party has burst upon the scene of Delhi as the dominant party, and it had dislodged Bharatiya Janata Party as the main party, because earlier the fight was between BJP and Congress. And ever since the Aam Aadmi Party has made an entrant, it has ensured that the narrative of Delhi was in absolute sync with its own narrative. And this is the reason why, post 2013 onwards till 2022, BJP, despite trying their level best, has not been able to dislodge Aam Aadmi Party. Their performance has been 67-3, 63-7, which speaks volumes about the kind of stranglehold it has as far as assembly elections are concerned. I remember there's a very interesting story which I would want to tell you about. Parliament was in session, and we were going around and I saw Kalraj Mishra. So he was filling some form and all. So I asked him, I said, what are you doing? So he said, no, we have been asked by our party president, Amit Shah, who was the then party president, that, in the assembly elections, all of us, all the 300 plus MPs have to make sure that we do 6 rallies each. So this was the level of participation, this was the level at which elections have been fought, especially assembly election, in the last 8-9 years, ever since Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah have come to picture. Imagine Delhi witnessing 1800, close to 1800 plus rallies, and which includes Prime Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda downwards. So BJP has always fought these elections in a big way. What has happened is that, this is an election of many firsts. You said, national issues have come to fore. This is the first election after the delimitation has taken place. All the three MCDs, the SDMC, East MCD and NDMC, they all have been clubbed into one. So this is the first election where from 274 now there are 250 votes. This is the first election where we have seen, where people thought that the reason why the elections have been, and this is the main allegation of Aam Aadmi Party, is that the way election was announced. And if you look at the polling and date of announcement, polling was on 4th, Gujarat second phase went on 5th. Today we are discussing this. Tomorrow is a D-Day as far as Himachal and Gujarat is concerned. So there are a lot of talk about, the strategic timing of the way MCD elections was held. And if you take into consideration Sukesh Chandrasekhar, one of the biggest conmen we have seen in the last decade or 5 years, he coming into picture, the CCTV footage of Satyen Jain, who is a Delhi jail minister. The BJP this time tried their level best to hit out at the core issue, or I would say rather the issue which helped Aam Aadmi Party form this formidable clout in Delhi, which was anti-corruption, anti-VIP movement. They have tried their level best. And if today Aam Aadmi Party performs the way exit polls are predicting, I think it will be a completely watershed moment as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. But if BJP is able to repeat it, which not many are betting on, especially exit polls are, then it will also be a very clear indicator that BJP has succeeded in hitting out at the core agenda of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Corruption is one issue, but I was just thinking that if we divide this election into broad-based themes like corruption, double engine ki sarkar, ability of Congress to fight Aam Aadmi Party in urban areas, Delhi model versus Gujarat model. You have worked in Gujarat. I'll come to that topic a little later, Ashok. But do you feel that corruption as an issue failed to pay dividends in Delhi election? And if that may be the reason so, then why didn't corruption work? There's a phrase in Hindi called "Kaat ki handi ek baar chatti hai." Do you think that corruption as an issue has been expeditiously used both by Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party against each other? So it's not an issue anymore?
Well, corruption definitely is an issue in this elections, and it has always been an election, whether at the national level, the assembly levels, or even the MCD levels. And this time again, the BJP has been going strong on calling out the Aam Aadmi Party, trying to tarnish their image. That seems to be the goal that the BJP wants to achieve, because in the last 3 assembly elections, the BJP has got a beating of a lifetime as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. And now,
may I stop you for a moment, just to bring the numbers to the notice of our viewers. AAP is leading on 76 seats, BJP is leading on 48 seats, and Congress is leading on 4 seats. So AAP has a major lead in this election, there is no doubt about it. But I'm a little surprised that Bharatiya Janata Party is still a little strong in terms of competing. I thought maybe the lead which Aam Aadmi Party would enjoy would be double that of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But nonetheless, BJP is still giving a decent fight, after keeping in mind 15 years of...
These are still early numbers, Karthikeya. If you just see, what you need to see is that at the moment, Aam Aadmi Party is leading at 76 seats, BJP is at 48. So if you look at the exit polls, it showed that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to sweep away this MCD elections, and BJP is going to be a distant second. So this kind of the trends that we are witnessing early in the morning is a reflection of the exit polls. But as I said earlier, Karthikeya, it's too early in the day. And coming back to the point of corruption, how the Bharatiya Janata Party has been the main objective of the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as this elections is concerned, wants to tarnish or make sure that the Aam Aadmi Party has very studiously tried to build up an image of a party which is non-corrupt, a party which works for the common man. So it wants to demolish that image, and in this particular run-up to the MCD election, as Brajesh rightly pointed out, that there may have been many instances which have come to the fore. For instance, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the conman who was earlier housed in Tihar jail, he wrote a series of letters to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, citing giving out instances of how Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and other members of the Aam Aadmi Party have been wanting kickbacks on various issues like installing laptops and computers in the schools. There have been other issues like, for instance, Amanullah Khan, the Delhi Waqf Board chief, who was arrested by the anti-corruption department for his involvement in alleged recruitment scam of the Delhi Waqf Board. Then we also saw the CCTV footages of Satyendra Jain, who is again accused in another corruption case, trickling out just ahead of the MCD elections. And the whole narrative seems that the Bharatiya Janata Party was targeting the clean image of the Aam Aadmi Party. But as I said, that it's still early, too early in the day to say, but however what we see on the screens is that Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 81 seats. BJP is starting to slowly catch up from 48 to 60 seats.
For the issue of civility, I think Congress is almost a dead party in the city. It has no stake, both at the national level, regional level, and at the local level.
Well, absolutely. And I think, one of the big reason is that, irrespective of what their spokesperson, they've also become a bit more aggressive these days, trying to portray a correct picture, which is absolutely all right. Instead of social media, a lot of fight has to be done on the ground. You may like, you may dislike BJP, you may, say 500 things, but the fact of the matter is
can't ignore them.
You can't ignore them, and more importantly, if you look at the fact that they are an election machine. Now you can dismiss this by saying that all the TV channels are broadcasting them, all the industrial houses are saying them, and so on and so forth. But this is also again a very sad commentary on your state of affairs, where you've been in government for such a long time and you have not been able to make this kind of penetration.
What would be very interesting in this election would be the places where BJP and AAP does well. Like for example, any Delhiite would know Punjabi Bagh, Shalimar Bagh. The northwestern part of the Delhi, where a lot of refugees came from Pakistan. It has a different temperament. And then you have a Delhi where a lot of people who came to the national capital region for work, and they hail from eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, they hail from Jharkhand, and they hail from Bihar, and the city has a different temperament. And then you have this old city of old Delhi and certain parts
the real
of
Delhi.
the real Delhi, certain parts of Mehrauli, the old villages which have turned into hip towns like Hoskas, Mayfair. That city votes differently. And then you have a city of the Babus, the
infamous Lutyens.
Infamous Lutyens, the Kidwai Nagar, and it behaves very, very differently. One has to actually see the way Delhi is going to behave. There are complexities of Mumbai, there are complexities of Chennai, but I would say the complex demographic terrain of Delhi is very, very different from any other city, because you have a work, and then you have another segment which is called JJ Colony segment, which sees the highest amount of turnover. People come and go, and a lot of people have the vote. Many people work here they work here for ages, but they don't get to vote. So that would be the most interesting part, the places where AAP gets the lead. So now it's 65-91. I think AAP is able to maintain the lead. Congress is where it was half an hour ago. Bharatiya Janata Party has been fluctuating, and I would say that it's still a decent job. But then one thing is very clear, that AAP will have its say, and the AAP will have its way, because the way they are going, it shows that there was an anti-incumbency. Bharatiya Janata Party was in power for 15 years. But more than that, Brijesh, what defines this election is sort of bloody acrimony, which we witnessed in these elections, and there has to be a reason why these elections became acrimonious. Do you really feel that Bharatiya Janata Party feels threatened by Aam Aadmi Party, a party which is limited to Delhi and Punjab?
I don't think that it is threatened, but I think BJP perceives it more of an unfinished business. And you know, I think much to the chagrin of the top BJP leaders, much to their massive disappointment, the fact that they have been able to bulldoze, you know, the Modi juggernaut as we call it, you know, bulldoze every other opposition party in almost every other state, has not been able to do it in Delhi, where, you know, a very, very small party, a regional party, is able to give them not a tough fight, but has been able to outwit them almost every single time they have fought the election.
Let me ask, TMC has been able to give them a good fight. TRS has been able to give them a good fight. DMK has given a bloody nose to Bharatiya Janata Party. YSRCP has given them a bloody nose. So my question to you is, what makes Kejriwal different from Prime Minister Modi?
In all the states where you talked about, BJP has never been the front runner party. In West Bengal, BJP was a nobody till 2019 election when it won 16 Lok Sabha seats. That came as a massive surprise. But BJP was a non-existent party. I mean, I wouldn't say non-existent, but BJP was a very minor party in the affairs of West Bengal. Same was the case with Telangana. Same is the case with Andhra Pradesh. In all the states which you are talking about, the regional parties like, you know, Naveen Babu's party in Odisha, majority of these Punjab more recently, all these parties, all these states, the BJP is not a major player there. You know, the BJP is a third or fourth party, I would say. But in Delhi, you know, BJP has been the dominant party. The BJP has formed government here. You know, the BJP has been able to carve out its narration in a big way. Like the Congress was a big presence as far as Delhi is concerned. You know, Sushma Swaraj, Khurana, Advani, so many people, Sahib Singh Verma.
So you're saying it's a behavioral issue, BJP based, as if
Delhi is a major itch. Delhi is like, you know, is like somebody, BJP has not been able to come to terms with the fact that a rookie who came there, like, you know, whether it was born out of the womb of India against corruption.
Rookie who was once supported by them in 2011.
So, I mean, yeah, absolutely, you can say that, or not by them, but by the big brother of them. And all of a sudden, he was one of the person who turned the entire narrative of Delhi on its head. And look at the fact that that BJP has been trying to discredit Aam Aadmi Party. All kind of allegation has been made. All kind of allegation. Satyen Jain, the visually, I mean, you know, if you look at the visual, it makes you remember, you know, Hindi movies in which Don has been arrested and he is sitting there.
Aap has crossed 100 mark. Okay. Aap has crossed 100 mark. It's 101.88. But again, it's close. Why is this election getting closer? It's a little too early.
It's too early in a day. It's too early in the day. I think an hour later we'll be very early in the day.
Maybe within an hour's time we'll try to we'll have a clear picture as to which party is going to lead.
What sort of a message will go if AAP comfortably rests Delhi?
See, two things are there. Number one, as far as Delhi is concerned, it's been a high-pitched battle and a high-stakes war has been fought here. Now, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, if it manages to sweep the MCD elections, it will once again be able to send out a larger message that Bharatiya Janata Party can be beaten. Now, and this is something which irks the Bharatiya Janata Party. And where are you beating the Bharatiya Janata Party? In the heart of the country. That's the place where Bharatiya Janata Party would not want to lose, because there's a larger message, a perception issue that pans out because of this loss. That victory will not just damage the perception or the winnability of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but will also enhance the image, the perception of the Aam Aadmi Party as a party who can stand up to Bharatiya Janata Party, especially at a time when the Congress party is really doing well. In fact, if you look at the numbers here, the Congress is still at 6. It's showing early trends. As I said, it's early trends. But still, look at the numbers of Aam Aadmi Party. They are at 102. Bharatiya Janata Party is rapidly moving up from 48 when we started. It's now moving up to 90. Now the leads, these are just leads. And very, very early trends that are coming in, but at the moment it looks like 90 and 102. It looks like BJP is closely inching towards towards Aam Aadmi Party. However, we have exit polls which are predicting a clear victory for the Aam Aadmi Party. And another thing I want to add here, Karthikeya, before we actually take forward this discussion, is that these elections have been from the very beginning
125 is the
midway mark.
midway
Midway
mark.
mark.
Yeah.
125 is the midway mark. So Aam Aadmi Party, if I add 6 of Congress Party to Aam Aadmi Party, if I may take that liberty, which is 108,
So
then
just
Aam Aadmi Party technically, because Congress is not going to vote for Bharatiya Janata Party,
Yeah.
it's not going to support them. So technically, Aam Aadmi Party requires
Another 22.
30?
25 seats.
not 25. 102 plus 8 is 108.
8.
So 108 2.
I mean, on its own, it needs
17 seats.
On its own, it needs
18
24
seats.
seats.
18 seats.
18
if,
seats.
if I add Congress to 102, it requires 18 seats. It means that they're very, very close to simple majority. And the way most of the which we discussed during TMC also, and I think we were right. If results are telling us that a party is doing well, it works out better for them on the field. You know, they do better than the results which has been projected. And if a party is falling back in the exit poll, then it does very badly. I mean, so it just tunes out in the extreme.
Well, you're right. But still, Kartikeya, what you have to see is you have to keep an eye on the picture of 90. The Bharatiya Janata Party, when we started out,
48, yes.
It was at 48 and now suddenly it's doubled that numbers. Another thing is that as far as the Aam Aadmi Party, even if it just manages to cross the midway mark of 125, it will be a phenomenal success for them, because you have to understand that in the previous elections, when the MCD was trifurcated into North Delhi Municipal Corporation, South Delhi Municipal Corporation and the East Delhi Municipal Corporation, the BJP for the last 15 years, the BJP has been ruling these MCDs.
No, absolutely. You have to give it to Kejriwal. It's the battle of David and Goliath.
And, you know, despite the fact that Kejriwal has done so well in the assembly elections, he's not been able to wrest control of the local bodies. But this time around, moving up from the figure of 49 or 46 they had earlier, the combined strength in all the 3 MCDs, if he manages to double his numbers or even cross the midway mark, I would see it as a phenomenal success and a big thumbs up from the people of Delhi for the Aam Aadmi Party.
But then, Brijesh, BJP, as of now, even if I say these are early leads, how come BJP is giving a close fight? Is it because their voters have come out early, one, and it's, you know, it's not even it's not even 9 o'clock. Second, do you think that, you know, you have covered Bharatiya Janata Party and RSS for a long time? Sometimes, you know, they have been able to recover their ground late in the day. If you would recall, in 2017, when there was a lot of air around Rahul Gandhi post-Gujarat election, where Congress got 77, BJP got 99, that, you know, they have a fair chance. And Rahul Gandhi was gung-ho in campaigning in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. When the results came out, there was a sweep in Chhattisgarh, but Rajasthan was a worst performer for the Congress party. They had to cobble up a majority, and later people realized that BJP had gained ground. So, you know, this habit of gaining ground, how does it happen, you know?
Kartikeya, you know, with Rajasthan, I have a slight reservation to that observation, because, you know, Rajasthan also has a guy called Ashok Gehlot. And majority of the times you have to also factor in the fact that, you know, that the number of independents who play a very crucial roles, or the number of small regional parties like BSP, you know, who have 6-7 MLAs in its kitty, but when it comes to all important issue and the most important issue for any government, which is when there is a voting to decide whether the government has majority or not, then they have always side with the...
Well, to the benefit of our viewers, let me explain what the Ashok Gehlot formula is. Ashok Gehlot formula is very well known within the Congress party. The formula is that, you know, Ashok Gehlot takes Congress party very close to the victory margin, but the allegation is that he ensures that there are candidates roughly 10 to 11 who get elected to legislature as independent, and then whenever the requirement for the government formation comes in, they play a very important role. And what they do is they exert a pressure within the Congress party so that Ashok Gehlot becomes the chief minister. Because ultimately the message is he's the one who's been able to get the support of those 15 or 16 MLAs.
BJP is also...
Now
let's
look at the numbers.
The BJP has sprung back. Now the BJP is 100. So that is what I was asking you. That what is this that last minute they tend to pick up, or they make up for the lost ground, which they do both in Madhya Pradesh.
I think, you know, I think in this particular election, the voting percentage
now
is also
for the
less.
first time, BJP is crossed over.
BJP is ahead of Aam Aadmi Party. But I think, you know, I mean, you also have to factor in the fact that, this time election, the voting percentage was less than what it was in the last in 2017, and also the fact that it's still too early. I think in next 1 hour the leads will start solidifying once you enter into the 4th round or the 5th round, and there the real picture will emerge. So I think by closer to 9:30 or closer to 10 rather,
10
we will be in a slightly comfortable position to start saying that this party has made solid gains. But yeah, the initial trends which saw Aam Aadmi Party galloping away with the numbers is now more or less balanced, with BJP in the lead for the first time.
And if I may say that if BJP is able to retain MCD for the 4th time, what message will go out?
Well, the first and the foremost message and the most strong message which will go out is that BJP has been able to hit at the Aam Aadmi Party's biggest strength, which is its anti-corruption movement. If they have been able to defeat the Bharatiya Janata Party, then the BJP will be able to send a message that yes, Arvind Kejriwal is not that anti-corrupt as he would want people to believe. Those CCTV messages would have made, it would be very clear that they have made their impact depending on number of seats which Aam Aadmi Party wins, and also the fact that the letters, the number of letters which Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written, they all had a collective impact on the fact that the anti-corruption agenda of the Aam Aadmi Party has been dented. But I guess, we'll have to save our observations for almost an hour, before we can actually start dissecting and start treating these figures.
See, there is no doubt about the fact that AAP has done well. There is no doubt about the fact. They have crossed 100. There is no doubt about the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party is also doing well because they have 15 years of incumbency. So does it also tell us that there is no sort of sweep, Ashok, when it comes to Delhi elections, because it looks like a divided house, a sort of a polarized house, where constituencies have voted for their respective leaders. It doesn't look like a sort of a wave election, which looked evident or on your face day before yesterday, or the way exit polls showed.
Yeah. You're right here, Karthikeya, because what these numbers are reflecting at this point in time, I am just putting my comments or remarks with a rider that my observations at this point in time are confined to the numbers as are being shown on our screen, is the fact that it looks like people have not just voted on larger issues of corruption, but they have also voted on local and hyper-local issues like sanitation, garbage collection, as we also spoke about in the beginning of the landfill sites, which have been a source of constant irritation, not just for the people of Delhi, but even people who come to the national capital region. And as we say, as you pointed out earlier, that going up from 49 to 102 is definitely a thumbs up for the Aam Aadmi Party, even if it does not manage to cobble together a majority in the MCD elections. However, you cannot say or rule out the AAP success story, but what is being written here at this point in time is the BJP, how BJP moving up from 48 to 110 in the first position, it's in the pole position at the moment. And what we are seeing is that the BJP seems, even at the the low voting percentage of 50%, because 50% of the people turned out to vote for the MCD elections, it looks like the BJP has managed to rather cobble together or herd together their cadres who have actually voted. And similarly, it also looks, even the AAP numbers seem to suggest that even the Aam Aadmi Party was able to manage to get their dedicated voters to go out there and vote for them. But I am still reserving my comments at this stage. These are still early trends. Until and unless we start to get the final figures, it'll be too early to call out the winner or say whether who is.
But it will definitely warm the cockles of the heart of the BJP guys who were expecting sound rubbing. At least this figure will be pretty delightful for them.
I think you'll have to give it to them for one simple reason. That they have been not able to retain it, but they have been able to contest local elections on national issues, and they have been able to make local elections on image making. Even if these figures fluctuate, in future, Aam Aadmi Party is 118 and BJP is 102, it's still a good fight out of 250 seats of 15 years. It's not like a beating they have got. We expect political parties to get a good drubbing. In Himachal Pradesh and Rajasthan or Kerala, you bloody end up with a bloody nose in 5 years. But for them to be in power for 15 years it means that there's a word in English called terraforming. I think terraforming of minds has taken place. No one has spoken about roads. No one has spoken about the frequency of metro. No one has spoken about water supply. People have not spoken about why congestion at certain points have increased. There are choke points in Delhi. I don't know how many times people have gone to South Delhi from Noida, taking that Ashram flyover. It's a huge choke point, but no one talks about it. But here in India, you have to give it to Bharatiya Janata Party that they have turned it everything around Prime Minister and a couple of things which are associated with him, which is like honesty, nationalism, national security. Unless and until he commits a mistake on his own.
Well, even his mistakes are forgiven. It seems the man can do no wrong.
I'll give you a very vague analogy. It's not a vague analogy, but a long analogy. Jawaharlal Nehru in 50s and 60s was invincible till he made a cardinal mistake. Something went wrong with our national security, and we lost the war to China. And even then he was in power, but he lost the credibility. What I mean to say is that it seems that the Prime Minister is in some sort of a Swayambhu mode. Unless and until he makes a mistake himself, it becomes difficult for other political parties to get him down from the horse.
Well, I think there are a couple of other reasons also responsible. If you look
Such
at the fact that the rise of Bharatiya Janata Party has also coincided with the fall of Congress Party, and the fact of the matter is that in their desperation to A, defeat the BJP, B, to retain power, they have made several poll calculations which went horribly wrong, especially in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where they sided with Akhilesh Yadav. It didn't show any result. It also showed the fluctuating policies of Gandhi's as far as the most dominant state of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar is concerned. So that and local parties like KCR in Telangana, YSRCP in Andhra, Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, they all ate into Congress vote bank, and thereby reducing the spread of the Congress. Now Congress is only confined to Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, and there also we see the kind of bickering which is going on, the kind of infight which is going on, makes those two as a solid pick as far as the next assembly election is concerned. So that is also one big reason why the BJP seems invincible right now.
But what may have worked for Bharatiya Janata Party, Mujesh? Because if you look at the results of last time, Bharatiya Janata Party, I think they won 181 seats.
183 seats, yes.
And
But that was out of 274. 74, 75. Now,
okay, go ahead.
But this elections, Karthikeya, as it was pointed out earlier by Brijesh during the conversation, was the fact that this is the first time since 2011 when all the three local bodies have been re-merged. Because till 2011 the position was that these local bodies existed in their forms of South Delhi Municipal Corporation, North Delhi Municipal Corporation and East Delhi Municipal Corporation. And then it was trifurcated in 2011, and again in 2022 what we see is they have been reunified. Another interesting thing, Karthikeya, here is that
I'm sorry, I'm stopping you in between. Look, BJP is now 3 short of absolute majority on its own.
Yeah.
I mean, as per the correct trend.
Yeah, these are the correct trends, and what is interesting is that they have consistently been moving up, whereas AAP has more or less stabilized at around 101 and 105 mark, and it's not moving up at the moment. So it looks like the BJP is sliding up, not just up, but
this is Ashok, very interesting. Just to give a perspective to our viewers, if you look at the elections of 2012, then Bharatiya Janata Party had 138 seats and Congress had 77. It was static. Aam Aadmi Party did not exist. So when Aam Aadmi Party subsequently contested elections, BJP won 181 seats. So the split in the mandate of opposition, it created sort of a political ballast for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and Aam Aadmi Party won 49 seats and Congress Party won 31 seats. Now, if you look at the results now, consolidated MCD elections, Bharatiya Janata Party is at 122, Aam Aadmi Party is 101, and Congress party is at 4. It means that one, Congress party has lost the bastion. The bipolar polity of Delhi is between Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party. Second. Third, Bharatiya Janata Party has been able to retain its strongholds. Fourth thing is, it was not a wave. I think exit polls got it wrong because they showed a sway, and I think it was a close contest like Himachal Pradesh. You know, it was a tight election. I think the fifth and the most important part is that somewhere I think the issue of corruption did dent them, because if you look at the political campaign of Aam Aadmi Party, they came with the guarantees. They did not. I don't think they came out with a manifesto, Brajesh. They said we will guarantee these 10 things. And lastly, if you look at the electoral plank of Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress, and if I close your eyes and if I make them read to you, then you'll get confused. Labharti politics, mohallas, roads, freebies, electricity, it just boils down to the same thing.
More or less you're right that as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party was concerned, the main election plank was corruption. In fact, they went all out to attack Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party. Arvind Kejriwal was attacked personally, his ministers were attacked personally, and even attempt has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and it looks like if the numbers are a true reflection of the trend that we are witnessing at the moment, then it looks like the BJP has effectively managed to dent the image of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has been fighting these elections, not just assembly election, but also the MCD elections on the plank of being a party with a difference, a party which does not tolerate corruption, a party which works for the common man. However, the BJP seems, if the numbers clearly show, that the BJP has managed to break or rather work on the chink in the Aam Aadmi.
Something is not adding up. You know, if I add 105 to 122, it is 227.
23 more votes.
So there are 23 seats which have not been accounted for. Maybe they have not opened up. I don't know the reason why those 23 seats are not being accounted for. But then those 23 seats.
They will come. I think there must be some issue or something like that. I think in another half an hour, pictures will be a lot more clearer about what happened to those 23 seats, and also the fact that that now for the first time, I mean, though I would again emphasize that these are very, very initial trends, and we should not make up our mind or say that that these are the final thing, but still the initial results which according to many exit polls which the BJP had fared very badly, the very initial trends are pointing to a situation where they may not be a near rout like situation which many were predicting post the exit polls, but still very early.
What did they get wrong? Exit polls were telling us that it's a sweep by Aam Aadmi Party. They also told us that Bharatiya Janata Party is weak, and it also told us that if not a sweep, that they're simply getting a simple majority. None of that has happened as of now.
Well, Karthikeya, this is just again a reflection of the trends that the pollsters and the political pundits have been getting their arithmetic wrong, and clearly these numbers of the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly are suggesting that the exit poll numbers were interpreted in a wrong way. But still, let's see, let's wait for, before we come to a definite conclusion, maybe I would say another 60 minutes, and then possibly we can actually deep dive into the heart of the matter as to what is.
Are you saying that we are expecting a Bihar of 2005?
I really don't know.
Because
let me put it like this, Karthikeya, that we are just keeping our seats warm, and we are just basically doing a prep for a very serious analysis. An hour later, hour and a half later.
Then the editors didn't get it right. Then the reporters didn't get it
right. Yeah, at the moment it looks like a neck and neck race, and but really we don't know. 23 more ballot boxes, or rather EVMs, have to be accounted for. Those numbers are not yet coming in. But however, if we were to give 50% to the Aam Aadmi Party, another 50% to the BJP, then clearly it's still in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as the final tally is concerned. But let's not rule out Aam Aadmi Party also. Aam Aadmi Party is more or less been stable on the 104 mark for the last 5-6 minutes. Bharatiya Janata Party has slid from the 122 mark to 119. But at the moment, what I can say, Kartikeya, is that clearly this looks to be a very, very close fight. It's going to be...
I think BJP must be thinking, you know, my understanding as a journalist is that these elections were announced so that the Aam Aadmi Party gets distracted from its campaign in
Himachal and
Well,
Gujarat.
this is what Aam Aadmi Party firmly believes.
Politics. But I think that it was premised on the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party is of the view that they were anyway going to lose the elections. So let them lose this election in a way so that the Aam Aadmi Party gets distracted in Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat. I'm just thinking what the leaders in the BJP headquarters must be thinking now. That, you know, they weren't actually losing the election. They could have even done better. And they announced an election thinking that they're going to lose. You know, it's like, I remember in 2012, when Congress did well in certain pockets, a very senior Congress leader lost. Because she felt in Uttar Pradesh that she's not going to
See,
win elections.
it happens. You know, another Congress MP, which is now in the slightly disgruntled camp, he didn't contested the election. He thought that he's going to lose.
Manish Tiwari.
But the result came out was completely different. See what I'm trying to tell you.
The other chap who got the ticket, he won.
He won. So I'm just saying that, you know, one very interesting thing which you have to factor in is that BJP never fought this election half-heartedly. Let me just make this thing very clear to you. If they were fighting half-heartedly, no, not this much thought would have gone into it. All their senior leaders, you know, during the course of the day, they were campaigning in Gujarat. In Himachal Pradesh, 2 hours later, they were also campaigning in Delhi.
Yeah, it's been a high-pitched battle.
It's a very high-pitched battle. And see, this is the reason why, Kartikeya, I was saying that, you know, we should not rush into for another 1 hour, because now, see, it's 117 and 106 as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned.
There's one thing which I'm very clear about, that yes, you are right, things are changing very rapidly, but I think exit polls were slightly off the mark.
You don't know. See, Kartikeya, we don't know. 2 hours later, see, once the initial leads solidify, you know, then the real picture begins. While where, you know, round after round, the numbers change. So we'll have to wait for a couple of hours at least, you know, not before 11, where we'll be in a position to say for sure whether the pollsters got it wrong or not. You know, this what we are seeing on the screen can change dramatically. You know, BJP can get more seats, Aam Aadmi Party can get more seats, you know. The whole numbers can shift dramatically. So we cannot make that assumption. As I said, like, you know, we're just keeping the seats warm, and we are doing the prep talk just for the serious analysis 2 hours later.
Are you saying that for example, in Lok Sabha, there's a volume of vote which you know, which is there at every round. So if you have 7 rounds of vote,
I think exit polls are pointing towards the victory of Aam Aadmi Party, and we believe in that sense they are right.
Thank you. आइए हमारे साथ सौरभ भारद्वाज हैं हमारे साथ
After the you know, unification of these 3 MCDs, what really happened was there was a delimitation process which was undergone. The number of seats was reduced from 275 to 250, which effectively meant that every assembly segment in Delhi had a minimum of 3 local body seats. Now here, every assembly or a local body seat has a population or caters to a population of somewhere around 65,000 to 75,000 votes. So here, I do not agree entirely with Brijesh where he says that, you know, that the numbers could rapidly move up for Aam Aadmi Party and slide dramatically for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Because even if we agree to the fact that this is just round 1 or round 2, it's still a reflection of the manner in which the people have voted. And if we keep that factor into account, the subsequent rounds or the subsequent EVMs which have not been opened would more or less reflect the same trend, until and unless there are areas of East Delhi, North Delhi, where there is a higher population of people living below the poverty line who seem to have voted for the Aam Aadmi Party or the Bharatiya Janata Party, which generally seem to be a party which does well.
See, now look at the change number. And this is what I have been telling right from the word go, Kartikeya. 122, 111. So no analysis.
There is no doubt that it is like China versus South Korea.
See, this is
TT match, table tennis match. It's breathtaking. But let me just take you through certain predictions which had come, and those predictions were, and these are heartwarming. I would say figures in the sense that it shows robustness of our democracy. Because the worst thing which can happen to any democracy is hegemony of a single party at multiple levels. I think this disruption or this disruptiveness in our democratic process is beautiful because it empowers citizens. As Ashok was taking us through the details, let me add to it. Most of the polls, whether it was My India or Jan Ki Baat or ETG or BARC or poll of, there was a difference of 40 to 50 seats between BJP and Congress. Like for example, 149, 171, 69, 91, which was My India. Now, Jan Ki Baat had given up 159 to 175 and BJP 70 to 92. My understanding is that the exit polls were saying that the maximum BJP could achieve would be 94 and the maximum which the AAP will get is 171. And the minimum they showed for AAP, which was BARC, was 134. So even if I go by your argument, difference is a little less. And if I go by the data of AAP, of the exit polls, I would say that somehow it did not account for silent voting, the core voters.
I would again reiterate that it's too early in the day to make this assessment. Too early in the day. We do not know, and if you look at the figure, now look at the figure, 113 plus 123 is 100, it's 236 plus 6.
Let me rephrase
I'm just saying that those 23 missing.
What explains the fluctuation? Please tell me. Like for our viewers.
See, I'll just say one thing, that there's no fluctuation right now. It happens as, initially we have seen in so many elections, like elections after elections, that the initial trends, very rarely it happens is that the initial trend remains a trend till the end of the day. So that is the reason why nobody makes the cardinal sin of believing for the first 2 hours of whether these are the figures which will keep on which will further solidify during the course of the day. A lot changed.
Last time I saw some figures. Let's listen to this bite.
पे जो है हम लोग जो है देखेंगे कुछ दिनों में. अभी पहला 1 घंटा जो है वो पोस्टल का होता है. 1 घंटा लगता है कि अलग अलग पोस्टल बैलेट्स को खोल के उनको गिना जाता है. सरकारी लोग होते हैं, अपनी मजबूरियां होती हैं, डर भी होता है सिस्टम से कि कहीं खोल के देख तो नहीं रहे कि कौन किसको वोट डाल रहा नहीं डाल रहा. अब जब ईवीएम खुली है, 5 मिनट से ईवीएम खुलनी शुरू हुई है, ये ट्रेंड बिल्कुल बदल जाएगा और आप देखेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी जीतेगी.
रुझान आगे पीछे, फिर भी आपकी तैयारियां पूरी हैं, जश्न का माहौल?
पूरी तैयारियां हैं और आप देखेंगे बड़ा जश्न होगा.
जीत के बाद की, जश्न के बाद की क्या योजना है?
देखिए, जैसे ही रुझान क्लियर हो जाएंगे, मुख्यमंत्री जी यहाँ पे पहुंचेंगे, हमारे जितने कैंडिडेट जीते हैं वो सब यहाँ पे पहुंचेंगे, हमारे एमएलएज यहाँ पे पहुंचेंगे, सब लोग मिलके जो है खुशी मनाएंगे इस चीज की.
6 seats, Aam Aadmi Party. So we halfway mark.
Now it is 250 seats, 250 votes all accounted for.
The 250 votes accounted for, which means that we were not able to. I think the data was not accounting for those 23 seats. So I think it's a heads up for Aam Aadmi Party. But even then, I would like to close my point. I would like to close my point that exit polls were not bang on. They showed a sweep unless and until Bharatiya Janata Party. If you recall UP's election of 2012,
the BJP started with
a bang, and Ravi Shankar Prasad gave a statement, and I was there in Lucknow, next to the High Court, because that's where I was deployed then when I was working for a TV channel. And then Ravi Shankar Prasad and I think Mr. Katiyar, they gave a statement saying that Bharatiya Janata Party
I was there.
Bharatiya Janata Party is doing fabulously, and they patted their back. And then
Post 2 it started changing for Samajwadi Party.
Suddenly, Mayawati was doing very poorly, and the tally of Samajwadi Party, Ashok, started to increase. From 170, it went to 180, then 190, then 200, and 2:30 p.m. I was at Mulayam Singh's residence. We had an appointment there, and I was standing outside, and suddenly I saw Samajwadi Party clocking 220 seats, and Mayawati was down to 91 seats, Congress was down to 29 seats, and BJP was somewhere in 40s.
Yeah,
40s,
absolutely.
50s.
One very interesting trend which is emerging from the heart of the city, Balli Maran seat, where there are 3 seats up for grabs. Two are in 2 of the seats. The BJP is leading on 1 seat. There is Aam Aadmi Party. But besides, another very important thing, Kartikeya, you said that how do we explain these numbers? 125 for the BJP, 125 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 118 for the BJP. So if you look at the trends that are coming on our screen at the moment, if you look at the seats, outer Delhi seats, it clearly shows that the Aam Aadmi Party is doing well in those seats. It looks like people there have voted on hyperlocal issues. Probably the BJP message of Aam Aadmi Party being a corrupt party has not gone down well. However, there are areas in North Delhi where the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing well. Let's look at Mehroli. 2 Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 2 seats. Then look at Najafgarh. Najafgarh, all the 4 seats, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. Nangloi Chaat, all 4 seats. These are areas in outer Delhi. So Narela. Look at Palam, 3 Aam Aadmi Party.
Are you saying that Aam Aadmi
Patel Nagar for that matter.
Are you saying that Aam Aadmi Party has been able to dent into the traditional Bharatiya Janata Party vote?
It looks like.
You know, which we call the Punjabi constituency.
Yes. If you look at Sadar Bazaar. Sadar Bazaar has been traditionally the stronghold of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
मेयर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का होने जा रहा है और जब मैं ये कह रहा हूँ उसका रीजन है, याद करिए पिछले इलेक्शंस के अंदर भी 2017 में तमाम सर्वेस, तमाम एग्जिट पोल्स ने कहा था बीजेपी की 50 सीटें आएंगी, लेकिन रिजल्ट क्या निकला? बीजेपी 2/3 मेजोरिटी में आएगी। और इस बार भी जब आप डिस्क्लेमर लिखते हो, चुनाव सर्वे में कहते हो कि 3-4% प्लस माइनस होता है, छोटा चुनाव है, छोटा चुनाव 300-400 वोट्स इधर या उधर होना विल मेक अ ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट। तो अगर आप जो कह रहे हैं, जो सर्वे कह रहे हैं, आपका मतलब सर्वे जो कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी नुकसान में है, अगर वो 3-4% जो आप डिस्क्लेमर डालते हैं इधर हो गया, 300-400 वोट इधर आ गए, जो अभी आम आदमी पार्टी को दिखा रहे हैं, विल मेक अ ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट। और हमने काम करके दिखाया है। इसका नतीजा बताता हूँ आपको। याद करिए चुनावों के बीच में कूड़ा बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा था, लेकिन चुनाव बीचों बीच आम आदमी पार्टी ने कूड़े को उठा के RW कर दिया। अगर RW इतना महत्वपूर्ण होता तो गारंटी में डालते, नहीं डाला, क्योंकि चुनाव उन्होंने कूड़े स्टार्ट किया था। उनको समझ में आ गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बहुत काम किए, 2400 टिप्पर उनके रोज कूड़ा उठा रहे हैं। कोरोना के अंदर कूड़े का निष्कासन हुआ, आपके घर से कूड़े उठे, भारतीय जनता ने काम किया। इसीलिए हम कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि अगला मेयर दिल्ली का भारतीय जनता पार्टी का होने जा रहा है।
पर लगातार अगर बात करें तो आम आदमी पार्टी
Well, yes. In fact, yes.
Yeah, we were discussing about Yogendra Yadav.
Yes.
So basically, you know, that election which you were talking about, that election, Yogendra Yadav was the only pollster who got it right. And he faced all kind of abuses till 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sari galiyan padi ki you got your elections right, you got everything right.
The Bihar elections?
No, the Uttar Pradesh election.
Uttar Pradesh elections.
The 2012 election.
Yes.
And as the day progressed, as it went from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock to 3:34, you know, he was the only guy who stood vindicated.
I'll give you an analogy, Ashok. You know, because I distinctly remember the exit polls of 2007 and 2012. And this is in reference to the Delhi, you know, the exit polls. In 2007, Mayawati came back. Rahul Gandhi was campaigning against Mulayam Singh Yadav. And the idea which exit poll gave was that the Bharatiya Janata Party will be somewhere in middle in double digits, but Mayawati will be around 160 to 180 seats, and Samajwadi Party will get 140 seats. And they predicted that the Congress will get 40 seats. And when the results came out, Mayawati got 202 to 200, I think 202 seats or 203 seats. Samajwadi Party got 91 seats, and Congress ended up with 21 seats. Now in 2012, again the exit polls, as I mentioned, they predicted 180 seats for Samajwadi Party. They predicted 120 seats. They predicted 120 seats for BSP, and they predicted 45 seats for the Congress Party. and the idea was that the Congress party will support Samajwadi Party in forming the government. What happened when the results came out? Samajwadi Party got more than 220 seats, Mayawati was down to 80 seats, and despite an intense campaign of Rahul Gandhi, Congress was stranded at 29 seats. So if I go by this logic, I would again say that if Aam Aadmi Party has been given a lead, they might improve on it. And if Bharatiya Janata Party has been shown to decline, they might continue to decline through the day, which means that the tally might come down. But one thing is very sure, that the dent has taken place in BJP bastions. And I would say those BJP bastions are areas like Punjabi Bagh, those BJP bastions are areas like Janakpuri, BJP bastions... Patel Nagar, Kalka ji mein ek khul gaya hai. For example, Karawal Nagar, AAP has got 2 seats.
Karol Bagh, for that matter.
Karol Bagh, these are Krishna
Nagar 4, Lakshmi Nagar 4.
BJP has got 4 seats. These are the places where Bharatiya Janata Party has been challenged by Aam Aadmi Party.
No,
so
they traditionally do well in these areas, but what we are getting to, if we are...
but Malviya Nagar, it's a traditional BJP seat.
Yeah, so they are still leading on 2 seats. One thing first, one trend, for instance, Model Town. Model Town again is considered to be a BJP bastion, where there are 4 seats up for grab, but the results we are getting is for 3 seats, and Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 1, Congress is on 1, and the Bharatiya Janata Party is on the 3rd party. Patel Nagar, amazing. Aam Aadmi Party leading on all the 4 seats. Then you look at Rajouri Garden, which is Aam Aadmi Party leading on 2 seats, BJP is on 1. Rajendra Nagar, again traditional stronghold of the Bharatiya Janata Party, is voting in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party. Similarly, what the trends, if we look at the individual seats and the individual wards, it clearly shows that the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to make inroads into the BJP strongholds, and clearly people there are voting for Aam Aadmi Party. Now, let's look at the final figures. Karthik, Aam Aadmi Party is at the first position at 128, where it...
But there's another important thing, Ashok,
Yeah.
if you would have noticed. The fluctuation which we see on the side of Bharatiya Janata Party maxes at 125, it maxes out. Aam Aadmi Party, their fluctuation on the maximum side continues to increase. First they maxed out at 125, then they maxed out at 129, now they are maxing out at 130. So the maxing out of Aam Aadmi Party is on the higher side.
Exactly what I was talking about.
पार्टी 122 सीटों पे लीड ले रही है, और जैसे जैसे ये करीब आएगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी लीड और लेगी और 150 सीटों से ज्यादा जीतेगी। और ये जाने जाते हैं क्रिएटिव
Then this is the nature of the beast, boss. This is the nature of the beast, and another thing I'm going to say is, I'm not going to say sorry every time, but this is the nature of the beast. We'll try to show you bites as and when they come, but and then we'll have our panels. Then let me tell this to our viewers. Apart from Brijesh, apart from Ashok, the other people are going to join us subsequently. But the bottom line here is that principally what Brijesh has been talking about, I think he's erring on the right side. Brijesh has been talking that, AAP has been maxing out far better than Bharatiya Janata Party. Like Bharatiya Janata Party, half an hour back maxed out at 125, now it's down at 150. Aam Aadmi Party maxed out at 130, it's down at 129. So the maxing out, the separation or the difference between two parties continues to be 14 seats now. The top
see, what I'm trying to say is that, whether exit
Congress
polls...
seems to be pretty stable.
Yeah, from 4 to 6 to 5, yeah.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that, the fact is, Karthik, that it's too early for us to say anything to the effect that whether the pollsters have got it right or even got it wrong. I mean, half an hour or say 2 hours later, if BJP is at the same figures, then, then the pollsters have gotten it horribly wrong. But these figures only tell you one story right now. Only one story. And the story is the rise and rise of Aam Aadmi Party. If you look at the figure 130, and if you look at the fact that the kind of massive campaigning which went into these MCD elections, I mean, even if Aam Aadmi Party gets reduced to 100, you look at from 2017 to this day when we are discussing the results or the initial trends which are coming out, they have made a phenomenal upsurge as far as the MCD elections are concerned. And mind you, Delhi is you cannot compare Delhi to any other state. Delhi is a unique, is positioned in a very unique fashion. It's a half state. Land and law
But
goes to this.
let me tell
But
you,
if they get
election is going to
MCD,
keep everyone on
no.
tenterhooks.
If they
BJP
get
will 16
MCD,
and Aam Aadmi
it's
Party
like
will
it's like the
28.
sinews of the city will be in their pocket. They will be controlling the sinews of the city if they win Aam Aadmi. If they win
Ajay, tell me
MCD.
one thing, Ashok, has Aam Aadmi Party or was Aam Aadmi Party able to run away with this slogan of double engine ki sarkar? You know, it was coined by Bharatiya Janata Party where he said, okay, we have a government at center. Let us have the electorate must give them a government at the state, and this will be a double engine ki sarkar. And look at Kejriwal. He said, no, I need a double engine ki sarkar, which is local and hyper local. And he said, we will run a double engine ki sarkar. It's like, as if, Aam Aadmi Party is aping everything, Labharti politics, they have aped it from Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party, they have graduated from a very benign fatherly figure, which obviously is Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation, to more nationalist, national security related historical figures. If you look at the manifesto of Bharatiya Janata Party of 1980, they had Gandhian socialism written in their manifesto, which led to a sort of a showdown between then Bala Saheb Devras and Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And when people talk about the fact that the RSS was not very keen in the 84 elections, there's a lot of subtext to it because it was trying to insert that. And then what happens? Bharatiya Janata Party starts moving closely, aligning itself to Sardar Patel and other nationalist figures. What did Aam Aadmi Party do? From the party of Bapu, it became, and there's nothing wrong in it, but look at the trajectory. From a party of Bapu, it becomes a party of Ambedkar, Baba Sahib ki party, then it becomes a party of martyrs, Shahid Bhagat Singh ki party, and then the first bite of the Chief Minister of Punjab, what do you see at the back? Not Bapu. You had Bhagat Singh,
Rajguru.
and Baba Sahib Ambedkar, you know. So you have a different framing. So the point I'm trying to make is, I'm not using the word mimic and trying to denigrate Aam Aadmi Party, but I'm saying that they are behaving the way Chinese behaved in 1990s.
That clearly
No, but
reflects-
They cloned everything which Americans had.
I'm sorry, I'll just add no, but they are also manifesting what we say in Hindi. Guru Gul reh gaya, chela shakkar ho gaya.
Oh.
they have appropriated their freebies to a level where now the BJP is criticizing the freebies. Now the BJP is a big
beneficiary of the freebie regime.
of the freebie regime, and now the BJP is the one which is now crying at, shouting at the top of every pulpit and saying how this is what is going to ruin the economy. So this shows that that they have been able to so smartly regroup and recalibrate
But let
themselves.
us analyze those areas where Bharatiya Janata Party has been able to give fight. There are areas which we analyze where Aam Aadmi Party has been able to break into BJP's bastions.
Two things emerge, Karthikeya. As far as the BJP numbers are concerned,
And do give a sense of the area also, because a lot of people watching us outside Delhi will not understand where Jangpura or Karol Bagh is or Kalkaji or Karawal Nagar is. Do give a sense of geography, because Karol Bagh is old Delhi, Kalkaji
is South Delhi.
is South Delhi.
But it's got a
Delhi
mixed population.
Mixed population, built in 1980s. Kondli is a different part. It's a rural
Kondli is in
area.
East Delhi.
Yes.
Then Mangolpuri is on the outskirts of Delhi, where Aam Aadmi Party is leading on all the three seats. Matia Mahal, which is again central Delhi,
Yes.
where Aam Aadmi Party is leading, where there are a lot of minority votes there, where Aam Aadmi Party is leading on two of the three seats. Then you have Najafgarh. Najafgarh again is out to Delhi towards Faridabad, where Aam Aadmi...
I'm very surprised that Aam Aadmi Party did so well in Najafgarh. That's not the dominant area.
But what you have to see is here, what clearly seems to explain this is that Najafgarh seems to have voted on hyper-local issues. Although Najafgarh has a severe problem of waterlogging, bad roads, and probably...
And law and order.
Law and order is a huge problem, but law and order is still at the end of the day central subject as far as Delhi is concerned. It's within the domain of the central government, manned by the Delhi police, which is directly under the control of the Ministry of Home Affairs. So on women's safety is something which is not figured too much in these MCD elections. MCD elections is all about sadak, pani and bijli. So on this front, it looks like, as far as Najafgarh is concerned, probably they seem to have... now let's look at Trilokpuri. Trilokpuri is a traditional stronghold of Aam Aadmi Party. It's leading on all the three seats. Then we have Uttam Nagar, which is...
Vikaspuri and Vishwas Nagar, BJP is
BJP is strong. Adarsh Nagar again, not Delhi.
If we may have to make it legible for our viewers outside, it's like It's like someone in Bombay decoding BMC for me.
Yeah.
And someone who has not lived in Bombay does not understand the nuance of Navi Mumbai, Central Mumbai, or the difference of Kolaba from Worli, or Juhu from Bak. So, can we say that Delhi elections today represent or somehow reflect urban India's heartbeat? If you disagree, Brijesh and Ashok, please make a counterpoint.
Look,
can I make this sentiment? Can I make this statement that they represents an urban India's heartbeat, whether at the local level, whether at the national level, whether at the state level?
well, Karthikeya, I'll just go address your question first. Is that Delhi, you have to understand that Delhi is not totally an urban area. There are rural pockets on outer Delhi, and that's where the Aam Aadmi Party seems to be doing well.
If I may
Yeah.
interject, even it's like Europe. Even the rural areas have urban amenities.
Yes.
What I mean to say is that you may be rural in economy, but by habits and approach towards issues, you are urban by nature. It's like you may have a big farm, but the amenities of urban areas are available, and the thought process is a Delhiite thought process. That's what I was trying to say.
So you're right there. Even though people who are living on the fringes of Delhi, or rather if we call them outer Delhi, they have traditionally been the strongholds of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And then there has been a vote
Oh my
bank.
God, it's close again.
Yeah. So
See, I'll tell you have this oh my god moments
You'll have throughout the day.
in the next 1 hour. So that is the
Are
reason
you
why
saying that I'm going to be jumping on and off through the day like this?
it's not just about you,
no,
Karthikeya. I'm pretty sure both
not through the
Bharatiya
day for
Janata-
the next 2 hours. I think around 12 o'clock will start solidifying. All these leads will start
I'm
solidifying.
telling you, I never had such fidgety feet, I never had such fidgety feet, I must have done this 200 times.
So
that's
now-
what I'm saying. That you have to understand that right now, election the ballots have been open for the last 1 hour, 20 minutes. We'll have to wait for another 1 hour, 1.5 hours at least for these leads to solidify. I think post 11, we will be in some sort of a position to say which way this election is
Let me take it
going.
to a different aspect. And this is not a Shishtachar question, and this is not a question born out of civility, but I think this is a question which is born out of curiosity. And this is a question which is born out of, as a student of history, that we see things in decline and we see social phenomena take a prominent political position. Has Congress irretrievably lost Delhi?
I would not say that. The reason I would not say that is that we have seen many big political fortunes falling, biting the dust, and then resurrecting themselves. What is happening is that perhaps the Congress party, for the first time in their entire political history, at the Congress high, which is, they are facing their biggest crisis. They are facing crisis not only at the top leadership level, but they are also facing crisis right from the top to bottom. The grip of the party on the party has loosened considerably. The top leadership are not able to ensure that their writ run large, which is one of the key factors if you look at the BJP, which is a key factor whenever you look at a successful party and a successful leader. You may talk democracy all you want, but the control is absolutely autocratic. If the big man, which is the Prime Minister, which could be Sonia Gandhi, which could be Mulayam Singh, which could be anybody, if the top man says you have to do this, you have to do that. And if the party is functioning like that, the success is guaranteed. And this is how every successful party behaves till it starts behaving otherwise. So right now the Congress is passing through its worst phase, but I see the existence of Aam Aadmi Party right now is mostly on the Congress votes. So it'll be very interesting to see whether the Congress has been able to rise from the ashes like a sphinx or
But if you analyze data historically, wherever Congress has lost in a substantial way to any regional party, it never came back in that proportion. The first loss was in Kerala. Subsequently, the government was dismissed because Indira Gandhi pressurized Jawaharlal Nehru. But I wouldn't say that as a starting example. But I think the biggest defeat which Congress got was in 1967, when Dravidian politics was able to create space for itself, and the long, unbroken influence of Kamraj ended. in 67. Then came the biggest defeat of the Congress party in West Bengal. Then came the big defeat of the Congress party in 1989 in Bihar, joint Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Then came the biggest defeat of the Congress party in by 1998. Two states were lost again, and those two states were Odisha. People don't remember that because by the time Biju Patnaik had passed away and Naveen Babu had contested from Aksa constituency in Odisha, and subsequently after that there has been no looking back. And after they lost Odisha, they could never come back to power there. The Congress got split in Maharashtra, and since then it has been relegated as the fourth party. I'm just going by the data. It has not been able to assume its position of dominance. And then in this, the Congress party in UPA regime, it bifurcated Andhra. It has lost Andhra Pradesh.
Telangana both.
The whole Congress party has been subsumed by Jagan Mohan Reddy's party, which did not take place in Telangana. It still has some muscle there, but YSRCP is the Congress, and the Congress is the YSRCP, lock, stock and barrel. And then they lost in 2013 Delhi. So, which means that yes, there is a possibility that the Congress might come back. But if you look at data, Congress fails to come back if the vote shifts. Ashok, would you like explaining why doesn't the vote come back?
I'll tell you. Now, the arguments that you've made or the points that you've made so far.
These are the shots outside the Bharatiya Janata Party office. So there is some sort of activity, but not the real activity. In the sense, because they're all waiting for the 125 mark to consolidate.
Yeah. So Karthik, coming back to your question of the very performance of the Congress party in Delhi, and you made some very fine points telling the viewers that how it's become very difficult for the Congress, especially in the regional space. They have not been able to come back. But that's a very, I would say on the face of it, that's a very interesting argument or a proposition that you make. But to make it at this point in time when the Congress is fighting an existential battle nationally, to say that the Congress would be wiped out, its career is over as far as Delhi is concerned, it's a little too early to say because...
if you will permit me, let me just play out the bite of Raghav Chadda which has come. Yeah. Let's play out that bite.
बड़े बहुमत से जीतेगी, मेयर हमारी बनेगी और दिल्ली को साफ सुथरा किया जाएगा, चमकाया जाएगा। दिल्ली मॉडल के ऊपर आम आदमी पार्टी को एमसीडी के अंदर भी बड़े बहुमत पे जो है हम लोग जो है देखेंगे। कुछ दिनों में अभी पहला 1 घंटा जो है वो पोस्टल का होता है। 1 घंटा लगता है कि अलग अलग पोस्टल बैलेट्स को खोल के उनको गिना जाता है। सरकारी लोग होते हैं, अपनी मजबूरियां होती हैं, डर भी होता है सिस्टम से कि कहीं खोल के देख तो नहीं रहे कि कौन किसको वोट डाल रहा नहीं डाल रहा। अब जब ईवीएम खुली हैं, 5 मिनट से ईवीएम खुलनी शुरू हुई है, ये ट्रेंड बिल्कुल बदल जाएगा और आप देखेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी जीतेगी।
रुझान आगे पीछे फिर भी आपकी तैयारियां पूरी हैं, जश्न का माहौल?
पूरी तैयारियां हैं और आप देखेंगे बड़ा जश्न होगा।
जीत के बाद की, जश्न के बाद की क्या योजना है?
देखिए, जैसे ही रुझान क्लियर हो जाएंगे, मुख्यमंत्री जी यहाँ पे पहुंचेंगे, हमारे जितने कैंडिडेट जीते हैं वो सब यहाँ पे पहुंचेंगे, हमारे एमएलएज यहाँ पे पहुंचेंगे, सब लोग मिलके जो है खुशी मनाएंगे इस चीज की।
I think the fairies of the Indian electoral process is that they come up with surprises. And before I play out the bite of Raghav Chadda, let me just give you a sense of figure which we have. Right now, both Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party are very, very close. The numbers are fluctuating. So right now, BJP is 122 and AAP is at 121. There are other figures about Congress which is fluctuating between 4 to 6, but they are maxing out at 6. So it's 456, 456. So now let's play the bite of Raghav Chadda. So I don't think we have not been able to cue the bite of Raghav Chadda. So numbers again tend to fluctuate. You know, there are other websites which are showing 132 to BJP, 112 to Aam Aadmi Party. But you know, we have to concede that this is a close election. There is no other way to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only way right now the elections can be analyzed is that Aam Aadmi Party has done phenomenally well, but BJP has not done bad at all. You know, they are still in the race, they are still in the reckoning, and if they are able to maintain the numbers for another 1 hour, then I think it will be a very clear case of how BJP has held on its own despite all the shortcomings, the anti-incumbency of 15 years of being in power.
If you look at the last elections, the consolidated loss. If I say that the BJP is maxing out, say at 120, still the consolidated loss of Bharatiya Janata Party, as per the figures now, will be around 60 seats, because they got 180 plus seats in 2017 elections, which means that the damage has been there. Aam Aadmi Party has been able to make inroads in the BJP bastions. Now, if I say that they have been able to make inroads in the BJP bastions, some issue must have been at play. Do you think that at a local level, people are happy at a non-ideological level with Aam Aadmi Party in terms of the mohalla clinics, in terms of their sort of approach towards electorate? And this is when Delhi has witnessed farm protests, CA issues, Parali issue, garbage issue, and enforcement directorate.
Well, Karthikeya, one size doesn't fit all. I would say that that we saw the farm protest, and when we went to when Uttar Pradesh went to assembly election, Prime Minister has to apologize and take back all those farm laws and things like that. But was there even a 10% reflection of that farm protest anger in the western Uttar Pradesh?
Would you like to compare Delhi with Uttar Pradesh?
No, I'm just saying.
All
I'm just saying is that we cannot compare the two. The fact is that Aam Aadmi Party has been able to solidify its base big time in Delhi. Is something which is crystal clear. They have been able to upstage BJP, they have been able to upstage Congress. Congress, so they have virtually consumed and subsumed in the process. But what I'm trying to say is that it is very clear that Aam Aadmi Party has performed brilliantly. They have eaten into the space of BJP, they have eaten into the space of Congress, but the BJP has not done bad at all till now.
So BJP has not done bad,
and this is where the real narrative
say
lies.
This on record, that even if everything stops here, even if the number stops here, Aam Aadmi Party will be able to form the government with the Congress. You see, we have to understand the larger national play will come into force even if the mandate is fractured like that. Yes, there is an example of 1998 yesterday, which one of my panelists at my another show told me about, that in 1998 Congress got 3 seats more than Bharatiya Janata Party in Himachal Pradesh. But there was a phenomenon of Sukhram which was taking place. Who had been
I was itching to say this. That please don't try to understand. It's not arithmetic.
It's not arithmetic. So the BJP formed the power in Himachal Pradesh, and Congress with more number of seats.
Karthikeya, one small intervention to explain the figures that we are seeing on our screen at the moment. Bharatiya Janata Party is at 119, Aam Aadmi Party is 120. Now, why this is happening, what we've seen is that Aam Aadmi Party has slid a little, BJP is clawing back, clawing up. Now, why is this happening is that what we are seeing is that if we look at the Patparganj seat, which is traditionally the stronghold of the Aam Aadmi Party, is split between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. So here, it looks like the BJP is gaining some ground. Matia Mahal, where again the BJP was trailing.
Patparganj is a high migrant population.
Yeah, a very strong flow. It has a lot of floating.
I'm very surprised that people don't refer to the place as Patparganj. It's now referred as IP extension.
IP extension, yeah. So that is happening. Aam Aadmi Party doing well in Ambedkar Nagar, Babarpur. It's doing well even in Badarpur, as I said earlier, that these are the border areas. Bawana, Bharatiya Janata Party is doing well. Bijwasan, again Bharatiya Janata Party is doing well. Chhatarpur, surprisingly, Aam Aadmi Party is leading at all the 4 seats, Buradi again, which
Old
is
Delhi,
a
Chandni Chowk,
old 3-0. Buradi, which has a lot of migrant population from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, where 5 seats are up for grabs. 4 on 4, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 1 seat. The Bharatiya Janata Party is there. Greater Kailash again reflecting a very urban trend. Bharatiya Janata Party is up. Is ahead on 2 seats. Kalka ji again, Bharatiya Janata Party ahead on 2 seats. Then we have Kondli. Kondli is again East Delhi. Surprisingly, Bharatiya Janata Party leading on 2 seats. Krishna Nagar, Mangolpuri, Matia Mahal. This is one seat I wanted to say.
This is better than Lok Sabha election. I thought, we will be down to covering, local election, hyper local issues. This is even more, I would say, fascinating.
Look at the numbers; they are moving up and down like a seesaw.
See, now again,
it's a
BJP is
seesaw game.
121,
One
Party
side going up, the other side.
This is what I have been saying since morning, that you will have these the jittery moments ki who's going to form the government or who's going to have a unassailable lead and all. So we have to wait for another hour at least to...
Traditionally, it's been the stronghold of the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is the place where Manish Sisodia wins his assembly seat from. However, in the last elections, the Bharatiya Janata Party had won two wards here. They're clinging on to it. Then Sangam.
And Manish Sisodia also had a very narrow escape.
Narrow escape, you're right. Shakurpur Basti. Now, this is where BJP is leading.
Which are the areas where BJP is clawing back? You see, and which are the areas where can I say that the AAP has slipped because Congress is doing well?
Not really. There are.
Well is the wrong word. They have improved by single digit.
No, I mean, look at the numbers. I mean, BJP got 181, right?
Yes.
So from 181, it has slid to 120. If just pure arithmetic.
Absolutely.
So that majority of that number has shifted
to
60
down.
Yeah. So, I mean, but you have to also remember that there are 24 less wards now. So I'm saying the majority of that loss has shifted completely lock, stock and barrel to Aam Aadmi Party.
Correct.
So the Congress was not much of a player last time. The Congress is not much of a player right now.
Okay.
So Congress fortune has not either dwindled much or...
It's very interesting to see the vote share of the Congress party, whether it's in single digit, or has it...
I would rather request our graphics team if they can give us a sense of how it is performing the previous election wise, what it is doing in East Delhi, South Delhi and the New Delhi as it was. That will give you a clear picture of which way the things are moving.
But do you think that MCD elections in a way can mimic Lok Sabha?
Not really, because
then the Modi comes into play.
The Modi factor comes into play. There are larger issues on which people vote. Now you have to understand, Karthikeya, because we have this tendency of underestimating the intelligence of the voter. The voter, at the end of the day, calls the shot. He or she is the king or the queen. They call the shot. They ensure that who the king will be. They are the king makers. And more often than not, we generally have a tendency to doubt their intelligence. But when people go to vote, they are very careful. They really know on what issues, what level they are voting. And in fact, that has been reflected, because there are parties, there are regional parties who do well at the assembly polls, but when it comes to Lok Sabha polls, they are totally wiped out. Similarly, here on local body elections also, the voter is smart. They want people to come to power who will address the local issues like garbage collection, water supply, construction of the road.
Absolutely.
Now here in Delhi, Karthikeya, I just want to point out one very interesting thing, that most of the functions which are carried out by the Delhi government, which is the Kejriwal government and the MCD, which it will carry out, they kind of overlap. So let me give you an example of road construction.
I as a citizen, though I stay in Noida, if you ask me, where does the function of Delhi government overlap with MCD?
Yeah.
I'll not be able to tell you.
I'll give you an example. So for instance...
so I can't pinpoint whether it's the councillor's fault or the MLA's
it's
fault.
the Delhi government's fault.
Yes.
So for that, what we need to do is to deep dive into the functions of the MCD and the Delhi government. So first we'll focus on the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. What are the functions and what is the kind of work they are expected to do? So first they look into primary education, that is the school sector that we are going to say. then they are involved in road construction, they are involved in water supply, they are involved in collection of excise duty, that is what we call the toll tax, that is the revenue generating machinery. So I was giving you an example of how these functions overlap. So for instance, road construction is a task which overlaps, which is also with the Delhi government and which is also with the MCD. So all the roads in Delhi which are 60 meters in breadth, or the size of the roads is 60 meters, width. The task of constructing those roads is with the MCD. Any road which is more than 60 meters in width, the task is with the Delhi government. So what really happens is that most of the time, even as you pointed out.
Just time out. As Brijesh had mentioned, our colleague Jilani has provided the figures. 2017 MCD election vote share for BJP was 36.08%, AAP was 26.23%, and Congress was 21.09%. Now it clearly shows that the Congress vote is being subsumed by Aam Aadmi Party.
Yeah, absolutely. Congress vote is there, and I would suggest that I would request also that if we can do all these figures which are coming out, Sangam Vihar, Silampur, Simapuri, Shadra, if there can be collation of all the data which is there, so we will be able to analyze more effectively as to which section of Delhi is voting for who.
Which means Brijesh, that the 20% data, which is the 20% the vote share of the Congress party, that has moved somewhere.
See, it will be very wrong to say that all of the vote share has moved to the Aam Aadmi Party.
A part of it?
A part of it goes to the Aam Aadmi Party. It's almost like this particular thing is up for grabs. So a part of it is being appropriated by the Aam Aadmi Party, a part of it on which the Bharatiya Janata Party has been able to lay claim. So it looks like that the space which has been ceded by the Congress party has been taken by the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. So in a sense, another interesting thing I'd like to point out, Kartikeya, here is that as far as the exit polls are concerned, they said that the 43% of the vote share will be in favor of Aam Aadmi Party, which basically translates into a sweeping victory for the Aam Aadmi Party. However, at the moment it looks like it's going to be a very
neck and neck fight,
and it's going to be a very close call as to who will actually be or heading the MCD.
I would just like to add one line to this, Kartikeya, that we have been doing a lot of arithmetic as to Congress will side with Aam Aadmi Party. For Aam Aadmi Party, if they want to have a good say in the MCD election, they have to win an absolute majority on their own. If they are not winning an absolute majority, you can never be sure as to which way the other party or which way the independents are going to go. So that I just wanted to make that thing very, very clear, because you are fighting with BJP, and when it comes to certain things, there is no holds barred approach as far as forming the election is concerned. And if you remember, last time when they have erred, and they have erred majorly, when there were the difference was 32 and 28, and they said let's go to poll and we'll win Delhi back. That proved to be the costliest error, the costliest decision, politically costliest decision BJP ever took as far as the state of Delhi is concerned. They've never been able to make a comeback.
But I think the bottom line here is, the figures have now stabilized between 110 to 130. Now BJP is at 117, Aam Aadmi Party is 121, others are at 5. I don't know how many of these others are rebels, It entirely depends whether they are AAP rebels or whether they are BJP rebels. But I think the Aam Aadmi Party continues to be in that strike range, because AAP plus Congress makes the government. So AAP for last half an hour continues to be in the strike range, and Bharatiya Janata Party, with that others also, is not in the strike range.
Well, they are. If you look at the figures, we have seen how it works. In Goa, you have seen how it works. If they have to break the party, they will break the party. So the Congress 7 can go either way. We have not seen them making that kind of deep dive as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. They have not been able to break or threaten Aam Aadmi Party. So I think the low hanging fruit is going to be the Congress and the others. So we'll have to wait and watch for some time before this figures solidify as to how it progresses from here onward. But yes, one thing is for sure, that till now as we speak, it's a neck to neck contest between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, where Aam is Aam Aadmi Party is performing phenomenally well.
Our correspondent Gulam Jilani is also patched with us. Yeah. Gulam?
Hi.
Gulam covers Aam Aadmi Party. Gulam, tell me, isn't Aam Aadmi Party a bit disappointed?
He's not able to hear you.
Yeah.
Can you be louder, please?
I don't think my audio is reaching Gulam. Is my audio reaching you now?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Gulam, isn't Aam Aadmi Party a bit disappointed?
No, if you look at the results compared to 2012 and 2017, in 2012 Aam Aadmi Party was not in the ranking. In 2017, we saw Aam Aadmi Party winning just 40 seats. From 40 seats to 3 digits, from what the trends are, reflecting. It seems that it's a big win for Aam Aadmi Party in terms of numbers. I mean, if you consider the trends that are coming in. And also one factor is important. When 2 months ago, when we had this announcement of the government that all these three municipal bodies are being unified and we'll have a single municipal body. So Aam Aadmi Party went on protesting the decision and said that this is being done to help BJP win elections. But that is not what is happening on ground. If you look at the numbers right now, it seems that it's a neck and neck fight. So if it is a neck and neck fight from 40 seats to 3-digit seats, it means Aam Aadmi Party has won a lot of seats compared to the last time. And also, it's look at the Delhi. Delhi is a very complicated state. It's not like any other state. It's a half state, as you guys were discussing. Delhi is always entangled in this power, tussle between the MCD, between the AAP and the BJP. BJP often says that Aam Aadmi Party is not doing well as far as state government is concerned, and Aam Aadmi Party always blames BJP for not doing well in municipality. Now that if we have Aam Aadmi Party government in municipality also, it will be interesting to see how AAP performs, how whatever accusations they have been leveling on BJP for their rule in last 3 terms. So it will be interesting to see if AAP gets a mayor this time. It will be interesting to see how it performs. And also look at AAP. It's a rise and rise story. I mean, it's a story from nowhere. In last 10 years, AAP has grown like any other party, like no other party in the country. Now if they are ruling Delhi, they are in power in Punjab, they have few seats in Goa also, and if they have municipality in Delhi also, it means they should not be disappointed, I believe.
Should not be. My understanding is that if we look at the results, and bear with me, Gulam, there was a sense which people drew from the exit polls that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to do fabulously. Now, what has happened is that the Bharatiya Janata Party has also given them a good fight. Which means that they have been able to hold. Because the fight for Delhi is not only about for Delhiites. This fight is also changing the nature of Delhi. From a very sort of a powerful CM secretariat, now you have a powerful LG secretariat. Do you feel in future Delhi can undergo further administrative changes in case Bharatiya Janata Party is able to wrest MCD again? Change the nature.
I think the change in nature has already begun. Vinay Kumar Saxena, who is the current LG, is one of the most assertive LG you have seen. And the way he has gone about very methodically, asking the chief secretaries or the chief secretary submitting a particular report about ghost teachers, the classroom scams and various MCD excise scam. So he has gone very methodical about it. And the fact is that if the BJP wins the MCD election, again I'm telling you, Kartikeya, it will be seen as a victory of the BJP's attempt to hit at Aam Aadmi Party's core issue, which is the anti-corruption. You may say, or people may say, sitting in studios or who are opponents of Aam Aadmi Party, that they say something, they mean something. The voters on the ground have subsequently, in the last assembly election, in the last to last assembly election, has voted phenomenally in favor of Aam Aadmi Party. So the narration has stuck with the people.
Is this the reason why the fight between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, taking your logic forward, looks like an existential fight? It's not like a political adversary. It's like an enemy.
Absolutely, it's an existential fight for the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is the reason why you see they don't leave anything for chance. It's like a fight between, you know, as I've been saying it far too many times, David versus Goliath. It's America versus Vietnam, and the reason why the BJP has not been able to defeat Aam Aadmi Party is because the strategy is almost guerrilla-like strategy. You know, BJP says one thing, their spokesperson goes to a particular school, you know, to do an inspection. All of a sudden, within minutes, you know, you will see Aam Aadmi Party there in full numbers and countering them at every fact. And they have been able to build a narrative. And I would also not hesitate to say one thing, irrespective of the result. Irrespective of the result, Karthikeya, Delhi BJP has been the only state unit in the whole of the country where BJP party, the then BJP party president Amit Shah and the current party president JP Nadda has not been able to set its house in order. They got the worst defeat in 67-3. They were again completely routed 63-7. And still they have not been able to get the house in orders. In other states, you know, the heads would roll and they would ensure that there is complete structural change. But right now in Delhi BJP, they have not been able to do much. Whosoever is sulking is ensuring that he is able to dent you.
Are we going to say that the Delhi's romance with Aam Aadmi Party has not ended?
Of course not ended. Definitely, don't say that.
This result can never be
a reflection of that trend. But just I want to add to what Brijesh just pointed out.
You said that it's an enduring love affair.
Yeah, maybe an enduring love affair continues. Okay, so just adding to what Brijesh just said, that there's problem for the BJP in Delhi, and the problem lies at the leadership level. The Bharatiya Janata Party does not have a tall face to be projected as the leader for Delhi. Now there are too many claimants. There is Gautam Gambhir, there is Manoj Tiwari, there is somebody else who props up from time to time. They all want to lay the claim to the leadership of Delhi, and that has not been sorted out by the BJP president JP Nadda or even
anybody. They have like said ki we will not give ticket to anybody, no relative, everything changed, nothing has happened.
But nothing happens. This leadership crisis is plaguing the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi, and until and unless this is sorted out, it doesn't look that the Bharatiya Janata Party will be able to make a difference in Delhi, because what we have seen earlier in the past is Sushma Swaraj, Sahib Singh Verma,
tall leaders,
Madan Lal Khurana, they are all very stalwarts. And you know, they have been able to lead Delhi by example. They have been able to give leadership to the party. But here, the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership is all over the place. It's divided. It looks to be a divided house at the moment.
And there's one more thing, if I may add, Karthikeya, it's like, you know, the last time leadership was given to Manoj Tiwari. See, Delhi is a melting pot of all people from all states.
Is it a melting pot or a salad pot?
No, it's a melting pot. And you know, the fact is that the leadership was given to Manoj Tiwari was to appeal to Purvanchalis. And look at the way it turned out. There was zero appeal. I mean, so, and people earlier, people who were there, they had stature, they had class, they had the power, the political power of the currency to ensure that what they say is reflected on the ground. Right now, the current crop of leadership in the last 10 years is completely bereft of that, and this is what is reflecting in the assembly election. And as I've been saying, see, now again this change has shifted big time. You know, from 122, 121, 121, it has again, like, you know, 127 to 111. And this is, I'm saying that in next 1 hour, it is going to solidify in a much more concrete fashion. And then we will be able to say that, like, you know, plus minus 5, this is what is going to, you know, hold on for the next rest of the day.
I think this is one of the most interesting elections I have done for the studio, especially in context of local body elections. The last big election was BMC, and BMC is big because of the budget it commands, you know. The budget of BMC is bigger than some of the smaller states of this country. So BMC, and people say that if you control BMC, half the job is done in Maharashtra. You know, the other job is to control the cooperatives. So cooperative plus BMC is 80% of the job done. But for Aam Aadmi Party, how big a handle would it be for them, Ashok, if they control MCD in terms of budget?
See, as far as the budget is concerned, the Delhi Municipal or the Municipal Corporation of Delhi has its own separate budget. You possibly pointed out rightly that the size of the budget is more than the size of some states. Another thing that I want to point out is that Delhi Municipal Corporation is the second biggest corporation in the world. only Tokyo is a little ahead of Delhi, where it covers a population of 1.4 crores. Delhi has a population, or this MCD covers a population of 1.1 crores. So in terms of budget, Delhi is huge. They have the revenues comes from collection of tolls, excise duties, but there is also revenue sharing which is shared between the center and the state, and this is where the problems arise, that despite the Bharatiya Janata Party being in power in the MCD for the last 3 terms, they have been constantly begging the center for money, because in the absence of money you cannot carry out developmental works. Now for the Aam Aadmi Party, if it's able to wrest control of the MCD, what it does is that it is, as you rightly pointed out, double engine ki sarkar will be at the state, at the assembly level, also at the MCD level. There'll be the whole idea or the game plan for the Aam Aadmi Party seems to be that we want to put out a message that we will work for you. Now we are in power at the MCD, we are in power at the assembly level, we'll be able to work for you. However,
you are right. Delhi's MCG budget for 2019-20 was 21,800 crores. BMC budget, which is Mumbai, 2019-20 stood at 25,000
crores.
That's the reason why more than assembly, BMC, everybody wants to control.
And Delhi budget is 21,000 crores.
Now it's also about money. The kind of the budgetary outlay you have for developmental works also, gives them a lot of, when you have more money, gives you a lot of space to play around with that money to carry out developmental tasks, reach out to people.
But then it raises your accountability. Now,
definitely.
Like for example, in the Parli issue, Aam Aadmi Party was taken to task by everyone because they said that if they get power in Punjab, they'll be able to ensure clean air to Delhi. And when they were in Delhi, not in Punjab, they blamed everything on Punjab.
Surprisingly,
so now the accountability on the garbage, the water, the parks, everything will rest on their shoulders.
Surprisingly, you are right here that all issues have been discussed in these MCD elections. Not a single party pointed out, whether it's the Bharatiya Janata Party, Congress or the Aam Aadmi Party, as to how they will deal with the rising pollution level in the most polluted country in the world. Well, nobody seems to be addressing that.
No, because AAP had an answer. There was a discussion I had, and I think one of the spokespersons told me that it's an environmental issue of North India.
Exactly.
And then he said that the half of the Parli is not stemming from Eastern Punjab. And he told me it's coming from Pakistan. And you don't have a glass fence there. And I was speechless.
No, but there's another.
This is what political parties resort to. It's not restricted to only one political party.
As far as pollution is concerned, it's not only a local issue. It, crosses borders.
And you are right. Delhi and Kolkata have been ranked first and second in the list of top 10 most polluted cities when it comes to PM2.5, PM2 particulate matter. And 11,000 metric ton of garbage is produced in Delhi every day. 11,000 ton.
See, Kartikeya, what will happen is that if they win MCD, it will give them literal reins of the entire city. All this conflicts and all. And as Ashok was pointing out, as Aam Aadmi Party has been saying till now, that if you remove one brick, or if you want to add any construction or do any construction in your house, the very next, after 1 hour, somebody from MCD will arrive at your doorstep. The hafta culture and all. So it gives you phenomenal power and hold as far as the infrastructure of the city is concerned. And that is, apart from the budget, that increases your power manifold. And this is the reason why if Aam Aadmi Party is able to win Delhi MCD on its own, it will become a bigger power player as far as Delhi and adjoining areas are concerned.
Are you saying that this may also impact, if not the word fortunes, will make their mood more buoyant post Gujarat and Delhi elections? Because see, we cannot underestimate the good fortunes of AAP today. Congress is on decline. If we look at the exit polls, again the Congress vote is going down in Gujarat. It's the Aam Aadmi Party vote. So if we look at the overall performance, the real winner might be Aam Aadmi Party with 4-5% of votes in Himachal Pradesh, with 10% votes in Gujarat, and with MCD in the kitty, who knows how will they prepare.
पहले भी कहा था कि दिल्ली नगर निगम में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का काम है, इनका भ्रष्टाचार है और 15 साल के निगम के किए हुए काम है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी निगम में सरकार बनाएगी और निश्चित रूप से हम निगम में अच्छी एक बढ़त लेके चल रहे हैं। शुरुआती अभी चौथे पांचवें राउंड की काउंटिंग हुई है। जैसे जैसे इससे आगे बढ़ेगा ये लीड हमारी और बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी के अगेंस्ट दिल्ली की जनता का भ्रष्टाचार का वोट है। इन्होंने सारे हथकंडे अपनाए, इन्होंने शराब बांटी, इन्होंने पैसे बांटे, सब कुछ बांटे, पर उसके बाद भी जनता का मूड था कि निगम में जिस सरकार ने 15 साल काम किया, जिन लोगों ने उनको वोट देना, और वो वोट साफ जाता दिख रहा है चौथे पांचवें राउंड की काउंटिंग, और ये निरंतर बढ़ रही है, बढ़ेगी हमारी।
आम आदमी पार्टी अभी भी लगातार अपनी ही बहुमत की और सब चीज़ों की बात कर रही है, मेयर से क्या
अच्छा, उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश का चुनाव हो, उत्तराखंड का चुनाव हो, गोवा का चुनाव हो, चाहे वो गुजरात में हो, चाहे वो हमेशा ऐसे ही बढ़त की बात करते हैं, पर मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने लंबे नहीं चलते हैं। भाजपा निगम में सरकार बनाएगी।
So, if we look at the figures now, BJP stands at 115, Congress stands at 6, Aam Aadmi Party at 124, and others at 5. So again, Aam Aadmi Party is maxing around between 125 and 130, and BJP tends to be maxing out somewhere around 120. So figures are settling in a way, but there's no doubt that the BJP has been able to give them a good fight, and the big loser here seems to be the Congress party. The big loser. It's in single digit.
I wouldn't call him a big loser. I think the only party which is performing as per expectation, because nobody thought that Congress is going to go into double digit or give a good fight to Aam Aadmi Party as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party. But yes, the good thing about this election is, I mean, if you say that where exit polls have gotten wrong is that BJP is right now giving a very good fight to Aam Aadmi Party. It's been 2 hours since the counting has begun. I think by in another 1 hour the figures will start solidifying, and then we will be much better placed.
I think I'm surprised that the figures haven't stabilized. Generally figures stabilize by 10 o'clock, even in Lok Sabha elections.
I think
you have figures by 11:30. You call the elections at 11:30, 12.
Usually, nobody does that. But barring off late it has become a fashion. In the last assembly and last Lok Sabha election, people have done that. But usually people wait for like at least 12:31 before they start calling the election. And these elections are, I think, by 11:15 will be in a lot more clearer picture would emerge as to the range of sweep as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, or the kind of loss which Bharatiya Janata Party has suffered. But yes, I will give it to BJP that 2 hours after the vote counting has begun, they are still holding on to their own as far as this election is concerned. And if these are the figures 1 hour later, then it can go either way.
Okay, now let's listen in to the response which is coming from the AAP's camp. Let's listen in.
अभी रुझानों में स्टार्टिंग हुई है, स्टार्टिंग में तो ये दिखता ही है। अभी आने फैसला जब आएगा तो आप देखेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी 200 प्लस कर रही है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं लगता हमें, क्योंकि जनता के आशीर्वाद पे हमें भरोसा है। जो जनता ने केजरीवाल जी को, आम आदमी पार्टी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, हमें उम्मीद है कि हम आगे रहेंगे और आम आदमी पार्टी MCD में सरकार बनाएगी। मेयर आम आदमी पार्टी का ही होगा।
जी, आम आदमी पार्टी की जीत इंशाल्लाह होगी। आम आदमी पार्टी की ही जीत होगी इंशाल्लाह। अभी पूरी काउंटिंग हुई नहीं ना, अभी तो चल रही है काउंटिंग, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह आगे आम आदमी पार्टी ही होगी।
MCD ने जो जिस तरह लोगों को लूटा है, यहाँ पे MCD ने यहाँ पे ना कोई काम करा, कूड़े इतने परेशान है, लोग बहुत परेशान है ना। MCD का आप स्कूल देखेंगे, स्कूल बद से बदतर है। वो एक ना शिक्षा के काम पे एक सिर्फ हिंदुत्व कार्ड खेलती है, काम कुछ भी नहीं, जीरो है। लोग परेशान हो गए। अब आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ जिस तरह आम आदमी ने विधानसभा में काम करा है, शिक्षा के ऊपर काम करा है, आप किसी भी चीज़ में ले लो, आम आदमी खरी उतरी है। आज लोगों की उम्मीद है केजरीवाल दिख रहा है इस दिल्ली के अंदर नहीं, पंजाब। आप ये देखोगे मोदी का एक इफेक्ट देखेंगे कि मोदी के सामने कोई खड़ा होगा तो वो सिर्फ केजरीवाल है।
Well, I think generally when we talk about close elections, we give benefit of doubt to Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's what I was discussing with Brijesh. But in this case, I think I would give benefit of doubt to Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, yes, because the reason why you are giving, or we all give benefit of doubt to BJP is that majority of the time the opponent is Congress Party. And the BJP is always quick on the move, and off late the Congress has also started doing that, and has started sending observers before the counting begins, so as to make sure that there is no poaching and all that is done. It's not a best practice as far as democracy is concerned, but it's a crude reality or sad reality we all have to live with. Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, has shown a vice-like grip, a very tight grip on its party. And this happens, Karthike, when your cadre, your leader feels that they have a real shot at power, that they are in power, then the chances of them for deserting you and going to some other flock is minimized. In the Congress party, it is the reverse. They don't see any future. And that is the reason that they are so susceptible to those pulls and pressures which are exerted by the BJP.
But again, these figures are stabilizing around 115, 123. BJP might be doing pretty well, but it maxes out around 120. And if AAP does well, it maxes around at 127, 120.
130.
Or maybe 130 was the last time it touched. But it just goes on to show that I think they might end up with a simple majority. And BJP might lose this election by a whisker. So if BJP lose, this is like a good consolation prize. After 15 years, you lose. Okay, fair enough. There are no runners-up in war and love. I completely agree with you, Ashok. There are no runners-up in love. There are no runners-up in war. But at least you have a consolation prize. They are not behaving like Congress.
There's no consolation prize. I can only say what the BJP top guys say.
It's like the way Congress party performs in his state, Rajasthan. BJP loses Rajasthan, it gets 70-80 seats. Congress loses Rajasthan, it gets 30 seats. This time people say when Congress is about to lose Rajasthan, they'll set a record, they'll get 15 seats. But if BJP loses Rajasthan, they get 60 seats. I think even in defeat, you're not devastated. You're not burned.
I agree with what you are saying, but at the end of the day, what really matters is who wins the trophy. It doesn't make a difference how close you were.
Absolutely.
The winner takes it all. The person who loses it, loses it. It doesn't make a difference that you just lost it by 0.01 of a second. So in a 100-meter race, the difference between the winner and the second person could be less than fraction of a second.
It's like UP in India for 2004.
Yeah. So let's not be kind to the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Aam Aadmi Party. If it loses, it loses. You don't win. It's as simple as that. You don't have the control of the MCD. You are not calling the shots in the local body elections. It's simple. Aam Aadmi Party clearly is, the numbers are in favor of Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party has shown a drastic improvement, going up from 49 in the last MCD elections to around 125 or 130, even if it maxes out at that point. It's a tremendous improvement. The vote shares have gone up. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, losing, even if they go on to win the elections, they'll be happy with it, because they have anti-incumbency on their side, in the sense for the last 3 years, for the 3 terms, they have been in power in the MCD. If they still manage to cling to the MCD for the 4th term, it will be a huge thing for them.
See, for the BJP, the slender margin of victory is not going to be a problem. So even if they win 125 or 126, if they win the election, they'll be absolutely all right with it. They'll take all your questions, they'll smile because they know that they are in power.
They're going to, even with a victory with 126, they're going to Tarzan it out.
Absolutely. Why not? I mean, this is the 4th election, boss.
Yeah.
This is the 4th election, and they are not fighting Congress. They are fighting someone who has defeated them or outwitted them on every front. But I would also like to add one more thing to you. I'll tell one more thing to you. All the top BJP leaders, people who define, people who take decisions, when you meet them unofficially, when you meet them without cameras on all, the line is very clear. If you lose even by 1 seat, you have just lost the election.
Let me take you to the gloomy part of the coverage. And the gloomy part of the coverage is about the Congress party headquarters. Though half of the Congress party is, more than half of the Congress party is involved in Bharat Jodo Yatra. But let me take you to their local party office. These are the visuals coming from the Congress party. I don't think there's a single worker out there. I really don't know what is happening. It was unbelievable. I joined this profession in 1998. I can't believe it that we might have an evening discussion with an Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson in BJP, and not a single Congress spokesperson. Delhi was all about Congress and BJP, and this looks like of 1998 or 2002 or 2003 of left party's office in Delhi. A prominent say in the national politics, but nothing to say in Delhi. And this is what is happening to the Congress party, as if they have all taken a bus and lock stock gone to Aam Aadmi Party.
You're right. As the visual suggests that the party wears a deserted look, except for the watchman. There's nobody in the party office. But generally, had they been very upbeat about the chances of victory, this place would have been bustling with party workers and party leaders. Again, one thing I wanted to
It
point
looks like
out.
a museum.
Yeah, you're right. But one thing
But
I
even
want
the museum has more visitors. So.
more visitors, yeah. So I just want to point out one other thing to you, Kartike, is the fact that Congress party in Delhi shares a similar problem that the Bharatiya Janata Party faces, is the crisis of leadership. After the demise of Sheila Dikshit, Congress party has not been able to throw up a single face which can, consolidate the party ranks and put up a fight. Now, Anil Kumar Chaudhary's face, he's the leader of Delhi Congress. I doubt many people, even in Delhi, would recognize him as a Congress leader. Now, that reflects...
Why haven't they used Sandeep Dixit? I know Mahabal Mishra has...
There's also one interesting bit of information which is coming in. I think we should get it all cross-checked as well. The two results have come out. Results of 2 seats have come out. One is Daryaganj and one is Lakshmi Nagar. And I think they're reflecting. Lakshmi Nagar BJP has won and Daryaganj is where Aam Aadmi Party has won.
ये कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं बताता है कि बीजेपी का कॉन्फिडेंस जो है आम आदमी पार्टी का वो बहुत ज्यादा है बीजेपी के मुकाबले?
देखिए, लोकतंत्र में ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस नुकसान भी देता है. हम कॉन्फिडेंस और जनता का कॉन्फिडेंस और जनता का विश्वास...
अंजलि, आप मुझे सुनते रहिएगा.
अभी एक बैठक
मेरा एक सवाल है.
आपकी उस बैठक में क्या तय हुआ है?
बैठक इसलिए होती है, वो अंदरूनी...
अंजलि, मेरा सवाल ये है कि
क्या लाइन ली गई है?
क्या शहजाद ये नहीं मानेंगे कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने दिल्ली के एमसीडी चुनाव में अच्छा चुनाव लड़ा है? अभी बहुमत फिर से टच किया उन्होंने. आम आदमी पार्टी ने अच्छा चुनाव लड़ा है, नो डिनाइंग द फैक्ट. क्या ये नहीं मानेंगे?
So as we were talking, BJP is now down to 111. AAP is 127, Congress is 7. I think I can fairly say that it's a brilliant election fought by Aam Aadmi Party. There is no doubt about it. Yes, BJP has won Lakshmi Nagar, but it's a fantastic election which Aam Aadmi Party has fought.
There's one more result which is coming on, which needs to be verified. But yeah, it's Daryaganj seat is something which Aam Aadmi Party has won. So AAP has won Daryaganj seat. 2 results have come out till now, as per information received by me.
If I have to give you benefit of doubt.
Now look at the figures. Now look at the figures.
If I have to give you if I may give you benefit of doubt, I don't have to give you benefit of doubt. But if I may give you benefit of doubt, then it means that Aam Aadmi Party may continue to extend its lead, and BJP may continue to reduce its edge, which means that can we see Bharatiya Janata Party in 2 digits, double digit?
Kartike, we don't know. We just forget one thing. When we look at the margins, all the exit polls guys have gone smarter. They've become smarter. So, nobody gives you, as it used to be in our time, like good old days, that Congress is going to go from 90 to 95. Now they say 90 to 120.
Yes.
So, 30 seat is like huge. The bandwidth has increased. The bandwidth has increased to a level where you will get 91, say boss, see, you are
Ganga mein sab sama jayenge.
Ganga mein sab sama jayenge. But now if you look at the fact that the outer limit which has been given by Axis is 91 seats. Now, if you go to the upper limit of Congress, the BJP, which they have given to the BJP, it is 91 seats. And the upper limit to which the Aam Aadmi Party is somewhere in the range of 171. Now look at the figures. Now the figure is 108 and 129. This is what I was saying. By 11, the figures will solidify in a far more concrete fashion than it is right now. And I think by 11 you can start using the word that that now we can start inching towards calling the election. But we have to wait for another 30-40 minutes before that happens.
Ashok, another hour?
I will say another hour, but clearly it looks like Aam Aadmi Party is consolidating its position. BJP is losing its grip, and these numbers may not still reflect the results that the exit polls had predicted. However,
I would say if BJP, they lead, drop to 99-98 or in double digit, I think that the exit polls are right. Because for me, the exit polls are not about 2 parties in triple digits. For me, the exit poll is 1 party has to be in double digit and 1 party has to be the winner has to be in triple digit and the loser has to be in double digit. If the loser is in double digit
with a 25 seat margin, if you're not getting it right, boss, you're wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll put it like this.
If-
This is
if
like
you-
saying that, the 40 is passing mark and you get 42 and then you still try to justify your academic brilliance. It's something like that. I mean, the margins, had the margins been 5-10, like 70 to 80, I could still them that, the X party has got 85. But with a margin of 20 seats, if you're getting it wrong still by another 10 seats, this means that you are wrong. You have failed to gauge the pulse of the people.
But I think the beauty of this election is that Aam Aadmi Party has given a fight. Tomorrow we will have the results of Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat
and
coming
more
out.
importantly, by-elections in Uttar Pradesh as well.
And by-elections in Uttar Pradesh, Rampur Sadar seat election and Mainpuri election, both are very, very important for Akhilesh Yadav. So I think tomorrow's result will also impinge on the way people are going to make their mind about both Aam Aadmi Party, Congress Party, Bharatiya Janata Party, because see, Gujarat is all about the I would say
the Modi factor.
No, not the Modi factor. I would say it's like a prestige issue. I think that's the word.
Asmita.
Asmita, prestige issue.
Gujarati Asmita.
Himachal Pradesh for the Congress Party is survival. They have to cling on to something. And for Aam Aadmi Party, this election is about expansion. Other part, there's a way you look at it. Asmita, Astitva. Asmita and Astitva, and this is Vistar. It's like prestige, survival and expansion. That's how I'm going to define these elections. And today is the part one of this election in which Aam Aadmi Party has shown great political resilience, has shown great intellectual capacity to combat a hegemon like Bharatiya Janata Party, which is in the 8th year of power, which has a distracted and a fractious national opposition. The opposition does not have a big leader to boost off, and even then a party like Aam Aadmi Party, on in power in 2 states, has been able to resiliently challenge Bharatiya Janata Party, is absolutely a great feat. And again, they have touched the 130 mark. BJP is down to 107, and I don't have to give benefit of doubt to Brijesh Pandey, but I may give benefit of doubt to Brijesh Pandey at this point of time. That is proving to be right, and I think patience is a big virtue when it comes to broadcast medium. I think anchors and reporters should be patient enough, and I think the patience in context of Brijesh is erring on the right side, which is his analysis on AAP.
You also have to see that it's been more than an hour. The figures will kind of stabilize around here, where the margins will go up and down by around 20-25%. But otherwise, more or less, you can say that these are the trends which are emerging, and they are going to stabilize from here on. Now, from here on, if you expect that the BJP...
Do you expect Bharatiya Janata Party to slide further?
There is a possibility...
If this continues for another 1 hour, they will slide further.
I agree with Brijesh that way.
If this continues for another 1 hour.
So my question to you is, do you think that the BJP might end up with a double digit?
Quite possible if this trends continue. Look, as we talk, the numbers are falling for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and there's a consequent rise in the number of seats for the Aam Aadmi Party. It might, at the end of the day, we could be looking at a figure for the Bharatiya Janata Party somewhere in the 80s and the 90s.
See, I'll say that if these figures are the figures at 11 o'clock, which I doubt it will be, then the slide is going to be somewhere in the range of 90s.
Yeah.
And then you can very proudly say that the exit polls were right. Exit poll was right.
If you recall, the last Delhi election, the first Delhi election, 67-3, it was like a roller coaster. Everyone knew that Aam Aadmi Party sweeping it was all about numbers. And then when they got 67, it was like a knockout punch. In the previous Delhi election, BJP seems to have been giving a good fight. And then the surge came.
I didn't get you. I'm sorry.
If you recall, in 2015, it was clear from the first 1.5 hours that AAP is sweeping.
Yeah.
In 2000, subsequently 10-11 election, not 10-11, sorry.
17.
17, the previous election, which happened after CAA. There was a fight in beginning between BJP and AAP. And then after 2 hours, Aam Aadmi Party started to sweep the election. So are we going to see something like that, a late surge?
See, what happens is that, in a place where both two parties are in reckoning, and given by the kind of closely fought election, it happens that that is the reason why, you know, the golden rule or the dictum is don't make any prediction, don't make any final analysis.
Let's see what Mr. Poonawala has to say.
देखिए, जो मैंने अभी तक आकलन किया है, एग्जिट पोल्स पूर्ण तरीके से गलत साबित हुए हैं। हम 1.5-2 घंटे का और इंतज़ार करें। मुझे लगता है जो नतीजे, जो जनता फैसला सुनाना चाहती है, वो स्पष्ट हो जाएगा। और एक बात स्पष्ट है कि 15 वर्ष सेवा करने के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वोट शेयर इंटैक्ट है। जनता जनार्दन अपना फैसला सुनाए, उससे पहले सेलिब्रेशन करना कुछ लोगों का चरित्र हो सकता है। जनता जब फैसला हमारे पक्ष में सुनाती है, हम विनम्रता से जिम्मेदारी स्वीकारते हैं। तो हम दोनों में मूल अंतर यही है, वो विज्ञापन और खोखले प्रचार के सहारे। देखिए, लोकतंत्र में ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस नुकसान भी देता है। हम कॉन्फिडेंस और जनता का विश्वास लेकर चलने वाले लोग हैं।
अभी एक बैठक हुई है बहुत महत्वपूर्ण आपकी, उस बैठक में क्या तय हुआ है?
बैठक इसलिए होती है, वो अंदरूनी रूप से हम तय करते हैं। वो
क्या लाइन ली गई है शुरुआती रुझानों को देखते हुए?
नहीं, लाइन हमारी पहले दिन से यही है कि जनता हमारे कामों पर विश्वास जताते हुए, और जो इन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया है, सत्येंद्र जैन से लेकर तिहाड़ के जो सामने सारी सबूत आए हैं, जिस प्रकार से शराब घोटाले का मामला सामने आया है मनीष सिसोदिया का, तो ये भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में जवाब क्यों नहीं देते?
So now it's 105 to BJP,
and I would like
Congress,
to
132 AAP and 5 to others. Yes,
Karthik, I would like to give you and our viewers a fresh set of information which has come in. Aam Aadmi Party has won 3 more seats: Jama Masjid, Madanpur Khadar, and Kapaseda. So now the result is that out of 5 seats, Aam Aadmi Party has won 4 and BJP has won 1. So which is the correct? I mean, I think very soon we'll start showing it on our screen.
I think the biggest question is which you were answering is Aam Aadmi Party going to be a big triple digit, and can BJP slide to double digit in MCD election? I think that's the big question, both of you.
I would agree with that if this analysis holds for another 15 minutes to 30 minutes. I think Aam Aadmi Party will surge ahead and BJP will drop to double digit, and the double digit could very well be in the 80s.
So you are saying there's the phenomena of late surge will be a reality in MCD election?
Absolutely. I mean, and if you look at the numbers, you know, as I have been saying since morning, if you look at the numbers, once Aam Aadmi Party reached a certain degree, there was a neck-to-neck fight, I guess, a particular round of counting which was going on. And post that, in the last...
Did you just say that AAP has won Santnagar and Kapaseda?
Yes,
AAP has won Santnagar and Kapaseda.
Santnagar is a constituency award which is closer to Greater Kailash.
Okay.
And if Aam Aadmi Party has...
Madanpur Khadar, they have won. And I'll just tell you, just a second.
Which means the AAP has won Santnagar, so the latest result
AAP has won Jama Masjid, Madanpur Khadar, Kapaseda, and they might be winning 1 or more, 2 more. So out of...
Bharatiya Janata Party has won 2 seats. AAP has won 2 seats. The election commission, it's showing 2 seats to AAP, 2 seats to Bharatiya Janata Party, 0 seats to the National Congress, 0 to Bahujan Samajwadi Party. NCP is also a duck. So now the results are 132, 105, 8 and 5, which means that the figure seems to be stabilizing. And I think if I've got this election right, BJP should be in double digits.
I would suggest one more thing. You know, we dismiss Congress completely. Now, you know, I know I will not be liked for saying this, but Karthike, this MCD election also saw that in certain pockets, not to a level where it can upstage Aam Aadmi Party, but in certain pockets, you know, people who are colleagues of ours who are living in certain areas which had been AAP bastion all out and out, there have been certain degree of changes, and there were people who actually thought that no, we should vote for Congress Party, and there was a talk of Congress Party. So I don't know. I mean, the figures may not reflect that reality, but it's not like they've been completely wiped out. It's very bad optics. That's nobody's denying that. But if you understand the nuance, that the talk has not been completely dead. But yes, Aam Aadmi Party right now is having the maximum fun. Though the figures have changed a bit, like, you know, from 131 they have gone to 129 and 108 for BJP.
But important thing is that Aam Aadmi Party in last 1 hour has BJP in last 1 hour has not been able to cross 120 seats.
Yeah, that is.
They have not been able to cross 120 seats.
And see, the Congress has risen 1 more. So I think Congress will also touch the double digit. So
even if Congress touched a double digit, it just goes on to show that, you know, Aam Aadmi Party, Congress and others, they will have the say, because Bharatiya Janata Party is the party which will face isolation in Delhi.
They will. But I think, I mean, I think BJP knows about it. That, that when it comes to assembly level, when it comes to MCD level.
Okay, Bhagwant Mann is arriving at Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters. So the gentleman has arrived from Punjab. So this is Bhagwant Mann's convoy. So I think Aam Aadmi Party has made. I think they feel that they have won the election. I think they have got this. I think they have got this feedback that they will be able to make the government. I think.
So this is what I was saying, that that once you start solidifying, once the figure starts moving decisively in your favor, there's not massive fluctuation.
I think it's also the arithmetics, because Aam Aadmi Party knows. In 2013 it was Congress which supported Aam Aadmi Party, and that's how Kejriwal became the chief minister, because Congress wanted to keep BJP out. So I think even in this case, the so-called rubric of secular politics which Congress wanted to build, they will have to support Aam Aadmi Party there.
There's no question of
Aam
supporting.
Aadmi Party won't require their support.
We're looking at the numbers.
Do they require your support? No, they don't.
Well, I forgot to add in case.
I would ask.
Yeah. Well, I forgot to add in case.
In case, but looking at these trends, it looks
I would also ask our guys to start or do something, which should start reflecting the number of seats whose results have been declared. They should also start reflecting one block, which we say, or we should keep on reminding our viewers about, the number of seats which has been won by BJP as well as Aam Aadmi Party.
At this rate, Karthikeya, if the figures are going to be going to go ahead at this rate, Aam Aadmi Party could easily cross the 150 mark, and the BJP would be down to double digits. Congress may be making a headway here and there. That's fine.
Congress has touched a double digit.
Yeah,
I think
Congress,
it's
for the first time since morning.
So we were thinking of people were actually looking at zero figure for Congress.
So it's like 131 plus 10. It's 141 already against BJP.
Yeah. So it's one. This thing bet would be somewhere around 150 for the Aam Aadmi Party. Bharatiya Janata Party comes down to the double digit because naturally, if Congress is going to be somewhere around the 10-point mark, and 150 Aam Aadmi Party is there. So in a house of 250, 150 goes to Aam Aadmi Party, and naturally double digits would be for the Congress and the BJP. So it looks like the BJP, I don't know how people are going to look at it, but it looks to be a sound drubbing for the Bharatiya Janata Party if these numbers are going to be stabilizing.
I would disagree with Ashok a bit here. I wouldn't call it a sound drubbing, but yes, a loss for sure. A sound drubbing for me would be them being reduced to 75 or somewhere in the range of 70. If they're holding up to 90 plus, this means that you have 3 terms of anti-incumbency, a resurgent Aam Aadmi Party, plus a plethora of things working, lack of leadership, the lack of local leadership. There were plenty of things going against you. So I would say that if they get reduced to 75 or somewhere in that vicinity, it'll be sound drubbing. But 195, that would be a sound drubbing.
When it comes to BJP, you don't call out the election till the last
moment.
Last vote has been counted.
But see now, it's AAP wins Central Delhi seat of Jama Masjid, which we have been talking about.
So BJP is back at 108, AAP is back at 127, but the BJP has not been able to reach the 110 mark.
For a long time now, for almost half an hour.
And AAP has been able to retain 125 plus.
They have been 125 plus.
And you see, and the reason why I'm again saying is that if Congress is at 10, and even if AAP is at 124, it's AAP's government,
I will never make this mistake, Karthikeya, again. And it seems that you are erring
on
the side of caution.
When was the first time you made the mistake?
No. I mean, the point is that you have to understand how things have panned out. How things panned out in Goa. How things panned out in various factions of northeastern states. Meghalaya. So it's not
Manipur.
Please don't count Congress. If Aam Aadmi Party has to survive, as I've said before, they have to win this election absolutely on their own. Not even one seat they can depend on one seat either from Congress or from Anya or the others as we are calling them. We cannot be dependent on them. That is 200% sure.
Ashok, is it going to bolster Aam Aadmi Party's chances?
That's really difficult to say, because if you do well
nationally,
I'm coming to that question. If you do well in local body elections, whether that would actually in a way reflect in the manner of the party's fortunes at the national elections or the assembly elections, it does not necessarily mean that it will be overgeneralization, because people in Delhi have voted for Aam Aadmi Party would actually translate into more acceptability for Aam Aadmi Party in other regions of the country. It would be overgeneralizing it. So I wouldn't say that just because Aam Aadmi Party wins a resounding victory in the local body elections in MCD will actually translate in more votes for the Aam Aadmi Party elsewhere.
I just want to make a quick interjection. Kartikeya, see, what we are confusing is that we are trying to play the game of cricket with the rules of football. This is a football match, okay? Lok Sabha is a cricket match.
Yeah.
Lok Sabha is a cricket match. Now if you say that, oh, my team has defeated your team by say 4-0 or 4-3, so will that reflect in a cricket match? No, it will not. If you want to win Lok Sabha, you will have to win Lok Sabha. And in the same place where the local body, as the figures are suggesting, the local MCD might go up way, the assembly is 100% in favor of Aam Aadmi Party, but in Lok Sabha, it is 7-0 in favor of BJP.
But then it's also...
And for them to be, they have not even gone into double digit, you know, Kartikeya.
It also breaks the sheen of BJP that, you know, ये party कभी हारती नहीं है, invincible है. You know, at least these are like little hopes. I'm not saying that they have won the war.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying that they have won the war.
Hope is a good breakfast, but bad supper. I mean, it is good for them. See, if you analyze the election for what it is, I've absolutely...
It's like they have won a front. It's like Gallipoli. The whole Ottoman Empire dismembered, but the Gallipoli front was held by Atatürk.
Nobody is taking away the sheen from the election. It's a big election won by Aam Aadmi Party. Nobody is going to deny that. One has to be fooled to deny that. But I'm saying that we cannot extrapolate Lok Sabha election based on this election. Lok Sabha election is an entity completely different. And at the same place where we are talking of MCD and Delhi Assembly, BJP beats them hollow. It's 7-0 both times when they have been 63-7 and 67-3 and 62-8.
Another thing, Kartikeya, that possibly we can focus on, that what seems to have worked for the Aam Aadmi Party in this election, coming up from 49 seats in the last MCD elections to a phenomenal number of 129 this time. What seems to have worked really for the Aam Aadmi Party, for me, as if I can say, is that there was centralized leadership for the Aam Aadmi Party. One man, he called the shots. He said, I am the face. Whether I am the chief minister, I am the leader of this party. I will be the one who will be guiding all the work, whether it's at the MCD level or the state level. I am the person. So possibly what has worked for Aam Aadmi Party is that face of Arvind Kejriwal, the connect with the voters, which he has been able to establish during the assembly elections. Possibly he has translated that and able to connect with the voters even for the local issues. The third thing is that he seems to have got his strategy right, because election is not just about going into a war or a battle without a strategy. You need to get your strategy right. So he seems to have got his strategy, his combination, the vote combination, the seats, the distribution of tickets and footing the right kind of candidates. He seems to have got all that arithmetic right. And that clearly is reflecting on the figures that we are seeing at the top of our screen, where the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 129 seats. Bharatiya Janata Party is down to 106 seats. This figure has stabilized at 106 for the Bharatiya Janata Party for the last half an hour. It's not moving, even it moves a couple of seats up and down, but not seen much more of a movement there. Aam Aadmi Party seems to have stabilized at the 128-29 mark, and as we see final results tumbling out, it looks for me, Kartikeya, this number could go up by another 20 seats for Aam Aadmi Party, which means a loss of 20 seats for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
106, 10, 129 and 5. Now, what has not happened in last 2 hours is that AAP has not reached 130 and BJP has not been able to reach the
110 mark.
110 mark. And Congress seems to be stabilizing around 10.
7 and 10.
No, I have a hunch. I don't know. I mean, I have a hunch that Congress tally might increase. The Congress tally might increase, and one party has to go down considerably. And
Okay.
and as you know, as the bigger game would be when it will come to the election of mayor.
Okay.
Because in MCD, I think I'll need to recheck it, but I think to the best of my knowledge, in MCD the Dal Badal Kanun, it doesn't apply. So for the Aam Aadmi Party to win and to make sure that they have their mayors in every this thing, they have to win and win big to ensure that BJP is reduced to double digit and a decent lowered double digit.
So are you saying
situation.
that the composition of MCD can change if BJP manages to defect 10 to 15 MLAs?
MLCs. That is what I have been saying right from the word go. That until unless Aam Aadmi Party wins on their own and win big, you cannot count even one seat from outside to be in their support. Because the situation can change drastically.
Which means that 129, which looks very stable on our screen, is actually not stable on the house.
Well, absolutely. I mean, 129 is stable. 129 makes sure that they win. They win this thing. But one thing is for sure is that they have to win this election, and this election completely on their own.
Which means that 106, 10, 129 and 5, it's clear that Bharatiya Janata Party has lost this election as of now, and Aam Aadmi Party is in control of the MCD. But you are saying that the stability depends on the fact that depends on the buffer which Aam Aadmi Party creates.
Absolutely, it does. It does depends on it, and I think I mean the figures are kind of solidifying now. Because if you look at the last half an hour, the figures of BJP has been moving from 104 to 110, 11, 10 max, and Aam Aadmi Party from 126, 27 to 132. So the figures are kind of solidifying, but I think it's right now it's 10:37, and I think in another half an hour we'll get a lot more clearer picture than what is there.
But Ashok, if we look at this set of data, it's not moving. It's not moving. It's not going down. BJP earlier when it went down to 105 seats, it has not even touched 100. But on the other hand, Aam Aadmi Party has also not slipped below 125 seats. So it's like sticking out.
Well, at this moment, Kartikeya, we are almost like 90 minutes into the counting, and another 30 minutes we'll have a stable figures which will tumble out of the EVMs, and after around 11 o'clock there will be we'll have a kind of a fixed picture as to what the results are going to be, and the deviation after 11 o'clock, my understanding is, will be a deviation of 10 to 12% of the votes or the seats going either way. The deviation won't be a huge thing. So if Aam Aadmi Party continues with its performance of 129 for another 30 minutes, what I can say safely is that the Aam Aadmi Party has managed to cross the halfway mark by a slim margin. The Bharatiya Janata Party will possibly be in the late 90s to be there. The Congress Party would be stabilizing around 10 or 11.
People don't understand one thing, that local bodies are great nurseries for leaders. If you look at pre-independent India's municipalities were actually nurseries of Indian freedom fighters.
In fact, most
of let me complete this. There were nurseries for the Indian freedom fighters. If you look at the electoral trajectory of people like Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Nehru, many other leaders like Lala Lajpat Rai, they cut their teeth in politics at that particular point of time through local elections.
Yeah,
by
they
controlling,
were councillors.
They were councillors. And for Aam Aadmi Party to have a sizable control for MCD,
सर इतने और जो रिजल्ट आ रहा है जिस तरह से एग्जिट पोल पे, और अरविंद केजरीवाल तो ये कह रहे थे 20 सीटें मिलेंगी बीजेपी को, और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी कड़ी टक्कर ही नहीं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतने वाली है। और जिस तरह के रुझान आ रहे हैं, जिस तरह के जो ट्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी उसमें अच्छी बड़े, हम 15 साल से शासन में, और हमने अच्छा काम किया है, जनता उस पर मोहर लगाने जा रही है। बहुत अच्छा, जो लोग अभी कुछ आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग कह रहे थे कि बीजेपी सरकारी कर्मचारियों के ऊपर प्रेशर होता है इसलिए वो उनके पक्ष में वोट करते हैं, वही ईमानदारी की बात करते थे, उनके भ्रष्टाचार की पोल खुली है और हमने चुनाव अच्छी तरह लड़ा है अभी।
अच्छा, महत्वपूर्ण सवाल अगर त्रिशंकु बना, त्रिशंकु अगर स्थिति हुई तो क्या कांग्रेस के लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे आप? अगर त्रिशंकु स्थिति बनी,
देखिए क्या होगा और क्या, ये सब भविष्य के गर्भ में है, इसलिए इस पर अभी कहना नहीं है। लेकिन मेरा ये कहना है कि अभी आप इंतजार करिए, जब अंतिम परिणाम आएगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में और हम बहुमत प्राप्त।
200 से नीचे केजरीवाल जी ने समेटा था, उन्होंने कागज पे लिख दिया था और
20 सीटें कहा था।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
उन्होंने कहा 20 सीटें आएंगी। वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जरा देखिए, आप कह रहे 20 सीटें आएंगी और आपकी 100 से नीचे सीटें आने वाली।
आपको लगता है बीजेपी का मेयर बनेगा?
100% बीजेपी का मेयर बनेगा।
लोगों तक पहुँचे कौन से मुद्दे हैं जिनको लगता है?
देखिए, लोगों तक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो दिल्ली के लिए काम किए हैं, जो आम आदमी के लिए बेहतरी के लिए किए, वो पहुंचे हैं। दिल्ली के झुग्गीवासियों को फ्लैट दिया है, उसका संदेश पहुंचा है। और दिल्ली के अंदर नगर निगम ने पिछले 15 सालों में, आप सोचिए 15 सालों की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, और उसके बावजूद भी हमारा प्रदर्शन बेहतर हो। हमने दिल्ली नगर निगम में लोगों को लिए काम किया। हो सकता है कुछ लोगों की नाराजगी हो, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी नाराजगी नहीं थी। व्यक्तियों की हो सकती थी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति कोई नाराजगी नहीं थी। कि अभी तो सारे ट्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी
So now, let me take you to the official website of the Election Commission, which shows that Bharatiya Janata Party has won 10 and AAP has won 6 seats.
Yeah.
But declaration of seats and the trends are two different things.
Yeah.
You might win more seats.
निश्चित रूप से जो जीतता है वो फूलों से स्वागत करता ही है अपना, उसके कार्यकर्ता करते हैं, तो वो सबके यहाँ है। वो तो कांग्रेस के यहाँ भी होगा, ऐसा थोड़ी कि उसके यहाँ नहीं है। जब तक 3 न बज जाए, कम से कम 12 बजने तक तो जरूर इंतजार करेंगे। तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, लड्डू भी बने होंगे सबके। लेकिन आज महत्वपूर्ण देखना ये है कि इस कांटे की टक्कर में जीत किसकी होती है। लेकिन एक प्रकार से आम आदमी पार्टी की हार हो चुकी है, और वो कहते थे हम 220 सीट लाएंगे। ऐसी थंपिंग मेजॉरिटी का दावा करने वाले लोग आज किधर बैठे हैं, उनका चेहरा देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि जनता ने नहीं कहा कि तुम इतने आगे हो दिल्ली में। आप अब किसी भी समय बीजेपी से परमानेंट परास्त हो सकते हो।
AAP is at 128, BJP is 106, Congress is at 11 and others at 5. Now it just goes on to show that the AAP has consolidated. If you look at the bites and sort of a, if I may use the over deployed word, the way the leaders looked, उनके चेहरे को देख के क्या लगता है?
The body language.
The body language. I think BJP is down.
Yeah, in fact, we just heard the bite of Manoj Tiwari, and earlier we saw Shehzad Poonawalla also at the Bharatiya Janata Party office. They don't look very upbeat, and in fact, they seem to have accepted the fact that the people of Delhi have not voted in their favor, and it looks like we are not getting much visuals from the Aam Aadmi Party, but with Bhagwat Maan, the Punjab Chief Minister, has arrived in Delhi, and he will be here for.
I think Ashok, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think all parties have taken lesson from the fiasco which BJP did in Bihar, where at 10 o'clock they started busting crackers only to find at 11:30 that the entire narrative has changed.
So everybody, both Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, they are holding on to their guns.
Yeah. So until unless they the seats, the official seats come out, they are not going to celebrate in any which way, which can turn out to be a major embarrassment for them.
However, another 1 hour, my assessment of the situation is another 1 hour, and at these figures, the Aam Aadmi Party would end up with 12 more seats. BJP could lose 10 seats. So BJP might end up between 95, somewhere around 95. Aam Aadmi Party could stabilize somewhere around 140
I think figures have already stabilized.
They have stabilized.
They've kind of stabilized, yeah, but the fluctuation is not very much.
Fluctuation is not
five
rapid.
Up, 5 down.
It's not taking quantum jumps. One. Secondly, if you look at BJP, it's within the range of 100 to 110. If you look at Aam Aadmi Party, it's in the range of 125 to 130. So the range has stabilized. Congress Party has definitely improved from single digits to double.
Yeah, from 6 they have increased to 11. And I guess, I mean, they will go up.
That has also happened.
The biggest gainers are the Congress Party.
Even if you look at the numbers, it's like, again, BJP 100 for Aam Aadmi 130. It has not gone to 135.
I would suggest, Kartikeya, that like, you know, in another half an hour, 45 minutes, by 11:45, you will start seeing the rise and the decline of one or the other. And they'll be very clear. And that will also give you a clear picture of where the parties stand vis-a-vis the final numbers. By 11:45, everything will be crystal clear as to which party has won how many seats.
But even then the margin, I think I was pegging it at a high of 10%. I don't think it's going to be 10%, but maybe somewhere around 5%. The margins could be up. So,
what do you expect the margin to be? 5%?
From here on, if we look at Aam Aadmi Party, they could see a rise of 5% seats, which could stabilize around 135. Earlier I was saying 140. But if these trends continue for another 30 minutes, then possibly a movement of 5%
See,
is
BJP's loss is substantial. They have already, they were 181 plus. They have already lost 75 seats. It means that this victory is not born out of some electoral arithmetic, like the victory of UPA was in 2004. That the difference between UPA and NDA was BJP and Congress was roughly 147 and 139. But this is substantive. You have lost 75 seats.
Yeah, it's a loss. But like, you know, if you look at it, I would call it a loss, but I will not call it a drubbing.
Okay, yes.
Because, you know, 24 seats have changed. Earlier it was 274, now it is 250.
Basically, you're saying that you have been defeated. You have not been humiliated.
You have not been humiliated. Humiliation would have been, I'm saying again, 75. You being reduced to half of the number which you were in the previous election. That would be humiliation. This is loss, but not humiliation. If they're able to score more than 100, if they're able to retain this figure or go somewhere 2 up, 2 down, then it is just loss. That's it. It's not going to be humiliation, or you cannot say that, like, you know, they've been completely drubbed and kicked out of existence. No, that is not going to happen.
But how strong is the possibility for Bharatiya Janata Party to be in double digits?
I personally feel there's a strong possibility.
I agree with Brijesh.
That they will be in double digits?
I think that even if there is a
I think, you know, if you look at the fluctuation, I'm sorry, you were saying something.
Even if the seats fluctuate by 5%, the BJP is already in the double digits, maybe on the higher side of the 90s, but it's still in the double digits.
If I may ask you, is it correct for me to say that after Modi's Gujarat model of governance, there is a Delhi model of governance which has come up as an alternative?
Absolutely. See, if you look at the fact that, like, you know, what is happening is basically that this is Aam Aadmi Party is a party which is working on a couple of things which has worked wonderfully for them. You know, education, mohalla clinics, and you know, government changing the face of the government schools, and they have got massive respect for that. Plus, they have a very highly motivated cadres in Delhi, and they outwit BJP by 10-1. Now, you will find the figures very alarming, but the fact of the matter is that, Kartikeya, the biggest problem, I'll again repeat what I said an hour back, the biggest problem for the BJP and the only problem the BJP does not seem to be able to fix is the crisis of leadership.
BJP has got the plethora of leaders. Why have they not been able to fix
No, they have not been able. See, that is what I'm saying. In other parts, in Uttar Pradesh, I'll give you an example. In Uttar Pradesh, if X has been sidelined, you know, X won't be able to do damage beyond a point. If you remember, you know, last election or 2017, when Dada sat on a hunger strike, he was denied ticket. He was a 6-term MLA for the BJP, and he was denied ticket. And Prime Minister went and met him. People said, "Oh, Varanasi area will be wiped out," and all. Nothing of that sort happened. So, but in Delhi, all these leaders, you know, who have their own small pockets, you know, they are able to dent it. So Delhi is the electorate of Delhi is very fractured. See, they experiment with getting a Purvanchali, someone like Manoj Tiwari, he was not able to do it. Then they got Adesh Gupta. Adesh Gupta doesn't have the stature. So the problem is, they have not been able to fix the leadership crisis, and until unless they are able to do it, The situation is not going to improve for the BJP at all.
Except Madan Lal Khurana. Anyway, Madan Lal Khurana.
But they were also tall national leaders.
They were tall national leaders, but they had this Punjabi background. The only guy who could claim himself to be the original resident politics, claimed to be the owner of that sort of stream, was Sahib Singh Verma. Because Khurana also represented a long-standing refugee politics in Delhi. But Congress solved its leadership crisis by getting Sheila Dikshit, and Sheila Dikshit had married outside. Sheila Dikshit was fighting from Unna, and they could able to resolve the leadership issue because Congress had no leader in Delhi and they were fighting each other. So I'm just asking you, there are so many leaders in and around Delhi where BJP is in power, Haryana, Himachal, Uttar Pradesh, even Madhya Pradesh, but they have not been able to get a person back in the city.
See, that is the reason what I'm saying, that the electorate of Delhi is not in a way it has been the rest of the country. In Uttar Pradesh, if you are out of BJP, look at Kalyan Singh. He was the tallest leader, the top three of the BJP. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Advani, Joshi and Kalyan Singh. And people were rating Kalyan Singh much above Murli Manohar Joshi. But Kalyan Singh left the party, formed his own party, and he faded into oblivion. In Delhi, nothing of that sort is happening. In Delhi, if a Vijay Goyal is unhappy with you, he may not win seats for you, but he can definitely make you lose seats. He will definitely do that. So I'm saying that Delhi's angle, they have made sure that they do not give ticket to anybody who is a relative of any of the sitting councillors. They have completely changed tickets of everybody, and yet they have not been able to get any benefit out of it. Look at Gujarat. They changed the chief minister, they changed the deputy chief minister, they changed the entire cabinet, they got in a fresh crop and there was not even a murmur of protest. But Delhi, the ubiquitous and the popular fabled BJP model has completely failed.
Congress has won Abul Fazl seat from Southeast Delhi.
As I was
Are you saying that there's a split on minority vote in Delhi?
Could be. I think that is one area, Kartike, that I've been saying is something which needs to be analyzed, because there is a degree of resentment in minority community with Aam Aadmi Party, that they have also followed the path of soft Hindutva, and they are taking their support for granted because they know that you will not go and vote for the BJP. And Congress is like a dead party, so there's not much maneuvering around them. That is one area, that is one angle which these people are pretty upset about, and it'll be very interesting to see how Aam Aadmi Party has fared in all the Muslim-dominated areas.
Do you think that minorities can actually ditch Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi?
See, at the end of the day, it's the voter who decides which way he wants to go. So if the Muslim votes are going back to the Congress party, then Aam Aadmi Party needs to do serious rethinking about its strategy as to how it wants to position itself. You can't be, the Indian society that way is kind of very fractured along caste, religious and community lines. So, and even votes are cast on those lines. And if this time around, if the Congress is able to win, and as it's been pointed out, one of the minority major seats where the minority population is very high, if it goes to the Congress, it's sending out a subtle message to both the Congress party and Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely.
That you can win and the minority votes cannot be taken for granted. Another thing that I wish to bring here at this point in time, what seems to have actually worked in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party is one factor which nobody has spoken about, is the fact that of the 250 candidates they have put up for this battle for Delhi, is that Aam Aadmi Party has given tickets to 126 women candidates. So now what they have done is that almost 50% of the seats on which the Aam Aadmi Party is contesting the elections to MCD, 50%, more than 50% of the candidates are women candidates. Possibly that seems to have worked in their favor, besides the factor of a centralized leadership.
Karthik, I would just want to update our viewers that, till now officially 19 seats have been declared. 11 has been won by BJP, 8 has been won by Aam Aadmi Party, the leads which we are showing, I think they also include the seats which have been won. And as our colleagues are pointing out, the names have also started coming in, that in Sangampur, Sushil from BJP has won. In Madanpur Khadar East, Aam Aadmi Party's Praveen Kumar has won. In Budh Vihar, Aam Aadmi Party's Amrit Jain has won. In Janakpuri West, BJP's Urmila Chawla has won. In Dwarka, Aam Aadmi Party's Sunita has won. And in Abul Fazal Enclave, Congress's Ariba Khan has won. So these are the names. Janakpuri South, Aam Aadmi Party's Dimple Ahuja has won. So these are the names of the winning candidates as of now. The Aam Aadmi Party is 129, which also includes the number of seats it has won, which is 8 seats. BJP is 105, which also includes the number of seats it has won, which is 11.
Okay, so it's 105, 129, 5 and 11 to Congress Party. This is really surprising that the Congress has improved. Absolutely. Though I would say that it has lost 20 seats because last time they were around 36. But I really didn't expect Congress Party to be in double digits. Because Congress Party did get substantial vote in the previous.
Yeah, and in a case of a sweep, Karthike, the people, these are the people who are caught on their hustings. I mean, the Congress would have been easily could have been reduced to 0 if there was a one-way sweep.
Okay. Okay. So I think we can say that the elections have. I think the results are stabilizing. The fluctuation is not much.
The fluctuation is not much. Yeah.
And you are right in a way that the BJP has been defeated, but it did not receive the drubbing. And AAP has shown extremely strong resilience in defeating Bharatiya Janata Party. It's 15, yeah. It's not a joke for Aam Aadmi Party to defeat BJP, where you have social, institutional, political and economic interests. People think that local elections are about local people. No, very powerful people fight local elections.
Absolutely.
Because these elections represent your own strength. So it's like the political muscle, it's the social muscle, it's the intellectual muscle. It actually, if you're locally strong, you reflect the profile of the party. It's like the Congress Party in 60s and 70s in Maharashtra. They controlled the cooperatives and they had the muscle in the rural area.
The power of the Sharad Pawar.
Today, why is Bharatiya Janata Party strong in Gujarat? Today, none of the cooperatives are supported by the Congress Party or controlled by them. BJP has taken control of the cooperatives. And then in 2019, who became the Minister of Cooperatives and why?
Amit Shah. Yeah,
Amit Shah.
Absolutely.
I think people felt that what is this? He is Minister of Home Affairs and Cooperatives. I think there was some far-sightedness which was shown that you require some central intervention when it comes to. In fact, I think what these guys have done is organize the cooperative industry from a national frame of mind, rather than let it be fragmented and controlled by state satraps. And that's where the Congress committed its cardinal mistake.
It's like consolidating the power of locals. The power of going local. That's where you get your votes from, and they are recognizing the fact that the moment we go local, we will be assured of returns at higher levels.
High levels.
There's one more thing which has come out in Silampur.
Yes.
Independent candidate Shakila Begum has won.
Zafarnagar seat has gone to Congress. So
that's what I'm saying.
Are you saying that they felt cheated? The Muslims felt cheated? Yes. A segment of Muslims felt cheated for what? Or the way Kejriwal behaved during CAA crisis?
They also want to send a very clear message. I think, we'll have more clarity in another half an hour, 45 minutes. But they're sending a message that you cannot take us for granted.
Probably the other wards to be looked out closely is Jamia Nagar, Okhla. These are the areas we'll have to look closely to come to a conclusion as to what kind of messaging the Muslims are sending out to the Aam Aadmi Party. Because
it's very surprising, even Bharatiya Janata Party is celebrating. So, you have simultaneous celebrations taking place. You have Chief Minister of Punjab arriving at the Aam Aadmi Party's office, and then you have celebration of Bharatiya Janata Party at headquarters.
I don't think that there will be any celebration at the Bharatiya Janata Party. But yes, I think the saving grace for them would be that yes, they didn't receive the drubbing which all the exit polls and everybody else was hoping for.
Really?
Yeah. They will try to take solace from that. Other than that, yes, a loss is a loss, and you cannot try to spin it or project it as your victory.
But even then, it's such a nail-biting finish: 127, 107, and 11, and you see Bharatiya Janata Party members going gung ho.
Thank you.
Well, Yes, I mean, that's what I've been saying, that we have to make a nuanced understanding of the situation, that there is a loss, but then there is no, like, that you haven't received any drubbing. It's not like you have been, decimated in the party. Yeah, but ideally, I mean, the BJP supporters would have hoped a lot more seats, and you would have seen how, the streets would be completely jam-packed with the BJP supporters. But unfortunately, the figures are telling a completely different tale.
The MCD election results here on News 9 Live. This is Krishna Kumar joining in the broadcast, and joining me here in the studio is Ghulam Jalani. Ghulam, thank you so much for being with us. Talk to us, scenes of celebration by BJP members as well as we watch, because clearly that number of over 100 plus seats, wards in which they're leading, that is beaten all exit polls.
Yeah, that's true, Krishna. Look at the three-digit numbers of BJP as far as, if we consider the early trends. All the exit polls had not predicted this much for BJP. It's interesting for two reasons. One is, despite a three-term rule of 15 years, there was a huge anti-incumbency. Another factor is there were so many issues which were going against BJP in last few months. But we see 104 seats as the trends are suggesting. So this is a big win for BJP also. BJP has not performed as bad as was predicted.
True.
But look at the Congress also. Congress has suddenly gone into 2 digits, which is the most unpredictable thing that's happening in this elections as well. So I would say this election is not, as was predicted, but yes, the figures are interesting as far as the trends are concerned.
Because one thing is for sure, after 15 years at the helm, BJP will be moved off it by the Aam Aadmi Party, and that seems likely at this stage. The majority mark is 125 because there are 250 wards in the new unified MCD elections. 125 is the majority mark. 130 is where AAP is leading. For all those watching, to remind the viewers that these are leads. The final tally is yet to be out. We're quite a long way away from the final tally, but what has happened, Ghulam, since counting began this morning is that there was huge wild swings.
Yeah.
And that seems to have settled down, by 11 a.m. this morning to this might be pretty much the final tally when that's released later in the evening.
That's true, Krishna. What actually happens during counting is that first they count the ballot papers. So which takes 2-3 hours of the first 2-3 hours of the counting day. Then after 10:30, 11 a.m. these EVMs are opened and we start getting actual numbers. So what we are seeing now is more or less the stable figures. It will be around, I think it will be around this. The final results would be around this. Aam Aadmi Party would be getting around 130, 135 seats. BJP would be finishing around 3-digit or maybe less than 3-digit figure, and Congress 10, 12 odd seats. But again, this election is though a sweet body election, which is very hyper local in terms of the seats, in terms of the areas, in terms of the issues. But again, it's high stake in terms of the contest, because we see another contest between Prime Minister Modi and Kejriwal. Because as we see, Aam Aadmi Party's campaign was Kejriwal also in MCD.
Right.
Aam Aadmi Party has been trying.
Kejriwal is technically the party leader for this MCD elections.
There is no other face.
From the Aam Aadmi Party, the only face.
If you remember 2012, 2017, Aam Aadmi Party had few faces in MCD elections. There was Dilip Pandey, who is now the MLA.
True.
There was Dhruv, who is again the MLA who won. So there was no face except Kejriwal. So we would say, I won't hesitate in saying that it was mandate for Arvind Kejriwal again. And we see their campaign was also, designed on those lines. That this is the time for the broom to be in MCD again. Another factor is why it is high stake, because Delhi's governance is different. Delhi MCD was with BJP for last 15 years. Delhi Assembly has been ruled by AAP for last two terms, and then
10 plus years.
And plus years when we had Kejriwal with 49 seats when he resigned ceremoniously, and then we have LG, who is supposedly centre's man to control Delhi. So we have these all complications in Delhi.
Oh, it is very complicated, and we have another Delhi local, born and raised in Delhi, joining us. Justin, thank you so much for being there. Justin Thomas, ladies and gentlemen, joining us in the studios. Justin, you've seen the Delhi Municipal Corporation elections. Originally, it used to be SDMC, NDMC, South Delhi Municipal Corporation, and North Delhi, and then East Delhi, three different. For the first time in history, Delhi is having a unified single municipal corporation elections. That's very important for all those who are not from Delhi to remember. These are historic in their own way. Is that probably the reason why this has been hyped up to that level, that it's another referendum or a personality clash between Kejriwal and Modi?
Let's remember first thing that before it was unified even earlier on. But BJP, when they came to power, they brought a law and divided into three for better functioning. That's what they called it. But then again, elections were supposed to be held earlier on, not right now.
All right.
But then,
I hate to cut you short, Justin. It's a very important factor to remember that it was unified in the beginning and then it was split and then it's unified again. But right now, Prime Minister Modi is speaking in the Lok Sabha and the lower house of the Indian Parliament. That's cut across live.
हमारा लोकतंत्र, हमारी संसद, हमारी संसदीय व्यवस्था, उसकी भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रहेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड में उच्च सदन को आपके जैसा सक्षम और प्रभावी नेतृत्व मिला है। आपके मार्गदर्शन में हमारे सभी सदस्यगण अपने कर्तव्यों का प्रभावी पालन करेंगे। ये सदन देश के संकल्पों को पूरा करने का प्रभावी मंच बनेगा। आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आज आप संसद के उच्च सदन के मुखिया के रूप में अपनी नई जिम्मेदारी का औपचारिक आरंभ कर रहे हैं। इस उच्च सदन के कंधों पर भी जो जिम्मेदारी है, उसका भी सबसे पहला सरोकार देश के सबसे निचले पायदान पर खड़े सामान्य मानवीय के हितों से ही जुड़ा है। इस कालखंड में देश अपने इस दायित्व को समझ रहा है और उसका पूरा जिम्मेदारी से पालन कर रहा है। आज पहली बार महामहिम राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू के रूप में देश की गौरवशाली आदिवासी विरासत हमारा मार्गदर्शन कर रही है।
All right, we are continuing with our coverage of the MCD election results. Joining me in the studio is Justin Thomas and Mr. Jilani as well. I'm going to quickly ask Justin, you were talking to us about the history of New Delhi municipal corporations elections. Once upon a time there were unified elections for one municipal corporation, and then it got split. Yeah. And now, again, we have a unified municipal corporations elections in Delhi.
Exactly. So there was this the law that BJP brought in, saying that the functioning of the MCD is a bit difficult for a unified body. So they split it up for better efficiency, functions. But then again, somehow the mind changed and we are back again as one single unified body. So this body right now, see, it's very prestigious, no doubt about it, because it's one of the largest in the world. But it, right now,
largest in the world for a city municipal corporation.
For a city municipal corporation, but right now so much of attention is being given that it doesn't looks like a local body election. There's so much of limelight, there is so much of coverage, there's so much of stakes are so high that it almost mirrors a parliamentary election or even an assembly election. So we have to remember that there's a trend, very different trend that's happening, where municipal election are just not a local body election. It has a lot of connection to the how it's being seen across the country also.
True.
So I'll interrupt. We have got the official figures from Election Commission, from the State Election Commission.
Please.
As of 11 a.m., we have results declared for 40 seats, 40 wards rather.
40 wards.
Of which Aam Aadmi Party has won 17 seats, BJP has won 20 seats, Congress has won 2 seats, and 1 seat has gone to independent.
Wow.
This was for our view.
So technically, according to the results announced so far, BJP is leading the Aam Aadmi Party, and but the numbers on your screens are the leads, the overall leads for the 250 wards in the municipal elections of Delhi.
You can quickly break down the numbers also, like Sangam Vihar in southwest Delhi, AAP 3 leading, Shakur Basti, North Delhi, BJP leading 3. So we have seen that AAP is gaining in a lot of places, but BJP is performing better than what everyone predicted that they're going to do.
Absolutely.
And so everyone got wrong on that point, definitely. Everyone saying that it's going to be a clear landslide. No, nothing like that happening right now.
Yes, in fact, one exit poll predicted that AAP could end up winning 175 seats. That was the maximum that was predicted, whereas the minimum was 134, and right now it is trailing below that minimum of 134 at 130 as well. Interesting. You have more data coming in.
Yeah, I just got a data from Election Commission which says Aam Aadmi Party for now has won, which is officially 125 seats. Bharatiya Janata Party has won 26 seats, and Congress has won 3 seats. Independents have won only 1 seat. This is from Election Commission of India.
All right, so 25 to the Aam Aadmi Party declared victories, 26 to the BJP, 3 to the Congress Party, and 1 to an independent. That's the status as of 11:12 a.m. here at the studios. We will continue to bring you, minute by minute updates as much as we can, as much as data filters through. But you keep saying that this is all high-pitched campaign, extremely hyped-up elections, and etc., etc. But the voter turnout did not really reflect that, because it was a tepid response as far as the number of people who came out to vote for the MCD elections, just about 50%.
That's there. If you see, in MCD elections, historically, the numbers have been low compared to the assembly elections.
Right.
But
this was lower than the usual as well.
Yes, you can say that. You can, but despite such a, heavy campaign by all sides done, but still people didn't come out to vote. We have to say that and admit to that. But at the same time, the campaigns, that door-to-door campaigns that have been, AAP has been absolutely in front, Even my household, you can see AAP flags everywhere, compared to BJP or Congress for that matter. You can still see BJP, Congress, nowhere you can see. So in social media, you can go on talking about things and all, but at the ground level, you need to be at that, have to have that strategy in place, able to reach out to voters. In fact, our people came out to my house, they checked if I have a voter ID card. They also shared a slip where my booth number is. No other party came that. I mean, so believe that,
So clearly a lot of on-ground work has gone into this brand new victory for Aam Aadmi Party. Technically, it's first time it's winning the MCD elections. Also, it's been the power that's been ruling Delhi for more than a decade now. It's a party from Delhi that's been ruling Delhi. For the first time, it's going to be controlling its municipal corporation.
Yeah, this is. I want to add what Justin was saying. One thing we should credit Prime Minister Modi and the BJP in last few years is that every election they take so seriously that other parties also pitch in. Look at Hyderabad election. It was such a high-pitched battle as if it was a...
I mean the Hyderabad Municipal Corporation.
Yeah, Municipal Corp. Look at the elections in Kashmir. After the 370 article was abrogated, there was a local election and everybody wanted to... even people like BJP President Amit Shah, other people were there in the campaign. So that is why this election also became a high-stake election, because as I said earlier, it is a fight of prestige for all the three parties. You know, for Aam Aadmi Party, as you said, they are just contesting the second municipal election. Last time they won 40 odd seats.
Yes.
Now, if they win the election and they have a mayor, it will be a big win for them. Even if they don't win, they get 3-digit numbers, as we are seeing. So it is also a big win for them. For BJP, it's high stake as always, because they always wanted to have some stake in Delhi governance. If not in the assembly, which they are not getting, at least in municipality they will get. For the Congress, it shows the dismal picture once again. So all in all, it has been a high election battle. It's not just an election of local body. It's an election of prestige. It's an election of prestige for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who has won 2 states, who is going big in Gujarat. We have results coming tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Who is trying to expand nationally just to bring in, if he wins Gujarat, even if 2 seats he wins in Gujarat, he will be a national party. Aam Aadmi Party will be a national party. So that way, it is another, high stake election for him also, if he gets power in MCD. For BJP, it's, they want to be in MCD. They have been in MCD for 3 terms. There has been BJP tried all, they pulled up all their socks. They had all the campaigns. They tried to, tarnish Kejriwal's anti-corruption image. One of his ministers in jail. Another minister is facing the CBI, inquiry. So all this happened close to MCD elections.
Interesting part is also that, these MCD elections have been happening along with 2 other state assembly polls,
Exactly.
But if you see the campaigning style, chief ministers from other state coming and campaigning for a civic body elections, so that shows that the culture has changed for campaigning,
In
It's
especially
not-
local body elections.
It's no more, something, localized or something like that. It may be a local body, but everything, everyone across the nation is coming across to fight these
There's a
elections.
corporate terminology, right, called glocal. It's all going to be glocal anymore. Anything that's local is also has global ramifications. And here in India, clearly national ramifications for sure. Kejriwal as a personality, fronting everything from local body elections to state elections to national elections going forward. So it's very important. That's probably the reason why these MCD elections have gained so much significance despite a poor voter turnout. I also wanted to ask you this in terms of regions. You see, when it was East Delhi and North Delhi and South Delhi. In North and East Delhi, for example, last elections in 2017, the BJP had a major difference in terms of its competitors. Double-digit percentages ahead of both the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party. And that's the way it has been for the last 15 years.
But there's an important factor there also. BJP was trying to get back in, they're already in power, so they were trying for another term. So what Amit Shah did was almost 70% of the candidates were new. Nobody, who was already there or was in the first election who won never came up. So it was a completely different strategy that they didn't bank on anybody else. They said that we'll put in fresh faces, try to, woo voters through that. And they still managed to, get hold of the election for the second time. So that is like really, a strategy many people would have not tried it. But BJP, has set a path that, if we have to win an election, any way is best as long as you are able to win it.
Right. What I wanted to ask you is that, for example, before 15 years before BJP took the stronghold of the New Delhi Municipal Corporation, it was the Congress Party, which was the unquestionable dominant force over there, thanks to late Sheila Dikshit. And now see the stark difference. 15 years down the line, since Sheila Dikshit was at the helm of things, Congress is now a non-entity, even in a New Delhi Municipal Corporation election.
Yeah, that's true. See, if you look at the results, rather trends, you see Congress is winning seats which are minority dominated seats. Congress just won Abul Fazl Enclave seat, which is in South Delhi, which is near Okhla. Congress is also doing well there's a seat in I won't go local, but there's a seat near South X, it's called Zafar Nagar. That's also
So a lot of South Delhi seats Congress is doing well.
But Muslim majority seats. So again, some element of the minority community is supporting Congress still, because they were not happy with Aam Aadmi Party in the 2020 elections, assembly elections. So that swing is happening in favor of Congress, so to say. But that is not going to help them anyway. So the point is, Congress is nowhere in Delhi. Look at their campaign elsewhere also. We saw throughout these a month or 2 months long campaign, we didn't see Congress doing any, hard-pitched campaign. We saw always it was AAP versus BJP. AAP was talking about their Delhi model of governance. AAP was talking about their schools. AAP was talking about their hospitals. AAP promised that MCD schools will be as good as Delhi schools. And if you come to BJP was critical of AAP. It was talking about the liquor policy. It was saying that Aam Aadmi Party is, distributing free liquor. It was cashing in on the, so-called anti-graft, campaign that they had launched against Aam Aadmi Party. So
good that you're bringing up issues. For once, we're discussing election results. We haven't discussed the issues based on which this election was fought on. Good that you brought it up. Justin, if you can tell us, as far as the people of Delhi are concerned, what do you think was top of mind for the people of Delhi? The 50% of the voters who did show up to vote, what do you think was, say, top 3 issues for them this election?
See, a lot of criticism was piled up on AAP saying that the freebies. But you got to understand that, a common man, a woman who is in Delhi, who's able to ride on a bus free, who's getting electricity free, and they compare to their neighbors in Noida, Gurgaon, who are paying exorbitant amount of money for all these services. So they realize that, because you have to see, parliament elections in Delhi, BJP has a clean sweep. But when it comes to assembly elections, or right now the MCD elections, they realize that, these are the local issues that requires to be fought on the local level. So there are a very sizable chunk who support these so-called freebie or Revdi culture. So they are open to it, they're supporting it, and it's a clear support.
But you've got to give it, Justin. It's it's what the BJP says, accuses the AAP of freebie culture, but AAP says that we did the Mohalla clinics. We've done good work in education. Which has clearly made a difference in terms of the kind of votes they're able to get in a municipal corporation elections in Delhi.
So it's about welfareism, okay? How much welfareism, or where you put that line down, okay? So there is a lot of, even in foreign countries, a lot of countries give this, it is normal for this bus services, medical healthcare services, all this. But in India, somehow, when AAP started to push it out, somehow, people were calling it a freebie and all that. But understand that people require those basic needs which is provided by the state, and why not? If they are getting it, they are going to support it, and it's the case right now.
I just want to, for our viewers, I just want to update with the official election commission figures that I just got. As of now, Aam Aadmi Party has won 39 seats officially. Aam Aadmi Party has won 39 seats, Bharatiya Janata Party has won 35 seats, and the Congress has won 4 seats. 1 seat has gone to the independent.
So 39 for the Aam Aadmi Party. Ladies and gentlemen, officially declared results from the Election Commission. 39 seats Aam Aadmi Party has won. BJP has won 35 seats, 1 for an independent and 4 for the Congress Party. These are declared results out of the 250 wards that we're talking about over here. 39 for the Aam Aadmi Party, and the figures on your screens are the leads. Still, Aam Aadmi Party on top with 130 seats, in which 30 wards in which it's leading. BJP pulling out a surprise, 100 plus seats, triple digits. No exit poll gave it a triple digit possibility. Not even one exit poll, I think, gave it a triple digit possibility. But, despite a 15-year anti-incumbency, it's significant that BJP has managed to retain.
I think you should give it to the BJP.
Yeah,
despite all the campaign, despite all the anti-incumbency of last 3 terms, despite what they call non-performance, BJP has come out very well in these elections. And this election, as Justin was saying earlier, I want to bring in an important point. This election, when you talk to, mostly the voters are semi-urban voters of Delhi. The voters are slum dwellers of Delhi. The voters are auto rickshaw pullers of Delhi. So this chunk of the voters has an appeal within the Aam Aadmi Party. That is because of the freebies. That is because of so many things that Kejriwal has offered, that his party has offered. They often talk of Delhi schools. You may not see, best of the schools, but at least few of the schools are good. They showcase it as if they have, transformed other schools. But then at least some schools have done well. There was a time when
mainly the work they've done with government schools, government-funded schools.
Yeah. Public schools getting so much, performance is excellent. It will give you votes because there is a section in the society which is a voter of Aam Aadmi Party. They can't afford private schools. There was a time, I remember while covering Aam Aadmi Party, there was a notice outside Delhi Education Minister's of house in it said, please don't come for recommendations for admission in government school. So narrative has changed a bit. You know, you saw what happened in Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi was seen in a school. Amit Shah went to a school. So kind of, you know, there is a slight...
The focus on education as a top of mind issue for a voter is certainly up there.
Yeah, it's there. And you also have to accept that, you know, BJP's numbers are astonishing because garbage bins are overflowing, roads are really bad, you know, all these things, they are falling really bad, but still they're able to get that number. So which means that even on the local issues, they have managed to negate it to a certain extent, you know, trying to, you know, to get these numbers so that they still, you know, pitch Modi ji as the, you know, national figure, face for their party, which still gets them votes, which is clearly, you know, testament to the numbers that is being shown right now.
Yeah, but Justin, if I were to be the advocate from the other end, you're talking about, you know, garbage bins and bad roads, and BJP would talk about the fact that they were the ones who created those landfills, you know, to sort of streamline the disposal of garbage, and they've been at it for the last 15 years. Would be their defense that, you know, things have reached a certain stage where a lot of the garbage still gets streamlined and put away.
If you talk about garbage, it's a humongous problem in Delhi.
Yes.
So Delhi, like Mumbai, is a big municipal corporation. If you talk about numbers, Delhi's municipal corporation budget in 2021 was 21,000 crores, 22,000 crores. While as BMC's budget was 25,000 crores. It's more or less same. But the problem is Delhi Municipal Corporation, it's a huge area with very less budget. That is the main problem if you talk about, but then you talk about these garbage mounds, you know, they have become landmarks for Delhi. You know, people compare the height of one of the garbage mounds with Qutub Minar. Qutub Minar is one of the landmarks in Delhi.
Referring to the Ghazipur landfill.
Yeah, Ghazipur landfill, exactly. And you know, Delhi produces 11,000 metric tons of garbage daily. Not even half of it is, you know, gets treated. So this is big number. So garbage has been a problem not just in last few years, it has been a problem even before Aam Aadmi Party came. So then there is pollution. You know, Delhi is among the top.
I was about to get there. You know, how to come we don't discuss. When it comes to civic issues in the national capital, anybody who visits the national capital, the first thing that they notice is the air of Delhi.
Anybody coming, you know, I'll give you my personal example. Somebody coming from Kashmir to Delhi says, I don't want to come in November or December because I literally choke. You know, we are here, we are used to it, we have air purifiers. What about the Delhi air? Delhi is the most polluted city, not of the country, of the world. Imagine the magnanimity of the pollution. You know, there are other issues that this municipal corporation elections should raise. You know, these issues like, as you rightly said, you know, garbage, pollution. There is women's safety. You know, Delhi is one of the unsafest place for women. So these issues come in these elections.
I would say those three are the top of mind issues if anybody were to look at Delhi.
Now cannot escape from the reasons that he used to earlier give, you know. MCD is with BJP, Punjab is with other
He can't shift the blame.
Now he has got everything under his control. As far as these areas is concerned, and he has to deliver because he was really pulled up just a month back, you know, when the pollution levels were really gone to, you know, really bad, and he just the defense that he had last year when he was blaming Punjab, now he really didn't have. He's now talking about cooperation and all that kind of thing. But the point remains that all, you know, roads lead to his house now. Everything is in his control, and he got to deliver, and he got to have a long-term plan. You know, it cannot be done in a year or something like that. But then again, do you have a plan or not? That's
especially when it comes to the Yamuna water, you know, Yamuna river cleaning up, an issue that he wrote to power with at the state level, at the Delhi state level, and now that he has the MCD in his control as well.
He cannot shift the blame now, basically.
The landfills, the same way untreated ones, now water, the same thing. You know, the factories that is around Delhi, all these waters, you know, it's creating this water you cannot drink. Water, people are, you know, having the tap water also. It's not a really good quality water. You need to have a, you know, process to use it. Otherwise you cannot, which tells you the ground reality that's really bad.
No, absolutely. For example, in Bombay, you can technically drink the tap water, but in Delhi, you really can't. You have to need a water purifier. You know, that's the reality that Delhi deals with. So there is a air, water, land. Literally, you know, in every single, you know, major aspect, there are issues, and that's why I keep coming back to the same question. When there are such, you know, when there is such existential crisis, you know, in Delhi, so to speak, if I may, how come not enough people turn out to vote? You know, it really, you know, we're discussing the New Delhi Municipal Corporation elections at a national level today. The whole country's attention is on, you know, what's going to happen at the end of these elections. But still, the fact that, you know, it says something about, you know, Delhi has an education percentage of 80% plus. nearly 85% of Delhi is educated. Still,
the interesting part is that most of them are active on WhatsApp, you know. If you
And
have
Twitter.
WhatsApp groups,
And Twitter.
yeah. You can get all the knowledge out there, you know. For everything they have, you know, they have a point or a counterpoint or something like that. But when it comes to elections, strangely, they're all a whole, all right? So the question then comes to your mind that being educated, is that the criteria for voting? Because most of the voters that you see are, you know, blue-collared workers who are voting right now in Delhi. So what does that show? You have a very sizable educated people. Are they so indifferent? Maybe.
Yeah,
why not?
And that's a lesson to learn for all people belonging to the big cities of India watching these New Delhi Municipal Corporation elections, because look at what's happening in Delhi. It has such big issues and still not enough, and such great education percentage levels. For
the irony, I just want to add with a number. You know, if you look at the voting percentage of the municipal elections, if you look at areas like Vasant Vihar, 30-40% voting percentage, and if you go to areas like Sangam Vihar, which is
Vasant Vihar, you mean is South Delhi, which is
poshest.
so upper socio-economic strata.
Yeah. Look at the voting percentage. It's around 40%, I believe. I don't remember the exact number, but look, go to Sangam Vihar, go to slum areas. The voting percentage is 55-60. So that is the irony of it. You know, we talk about we want to have all the facilities, we want to have every issues resolved, but we don't come out to vote.
Yeah, and we think of ourselves as extremely conscientious citizens because you know, we react to all these things on Twitter and Instagram and WhatsApp, and you know, fervently discuss politics and personalities. But you know, when it comes to brass tacks, as they call it, when it comes to, you know, inking that finger and making a choice and making your voice heard where it matters the most, city dwellers in the country are just not doing enough, clearly represented by how poorly Delhi has voted. We have some more information coming in.
I have the official figures from Election Commission as of now. The Aam Aadmi Party has won 49 seats, BJP has won 40 seats, the Congress has won 4 seats, and the Independent has won only 1 seat. Just to remind our viewers, these are official figures that have been declared, the wards that have been declared. But what you are watching on our screens are the trends. You know, this trend may go here and there, this may change in next few hours. But for now, Aam Aadmi Party has officially won 49 seats, the BJP has won 40 seats, the Congress has won 4, and the Independent has won only 1 seat. And just to remind, we have 25 wards in Delhi.
250 wards.
So 250 wards, sorry.
250 wards in Delhi. 125 is the majority mark. 126 to be precise, 125 minimum, 126 for have the majority. Aam Aadmi Party leading in 131. If they hold on to those leads, you know, then that means that they will choose the next mayor of New Delhi. Congress Party reduced to double digits, could be reduced to single digits by the time the final tally is out. BJP, surprisingly, in triple digits, could be reduced down to double digits because it's just about 102 that they're leading in at the moment. It could end up little less than 100.
So just a trivia that I want for viewers. So this election is for MCD, which were, you know, earlier 3 MCDs. Now they have been unified. There is another municipal body in Delhi, which is NDMC, which controls the Lutyens Delhi. So this election is not from Lutyens Delhi. Just to add a tribute.
Yeah, a very important point. This is not for NDMC. This is for you know, all the other
East, South, and
South and North Delhi municipal corporations that have been brought together for one New Delhi civic polls, for which you are seeing the results or the leads. That since counting began this morning, we're at around the 11:30 a.m. this morning, and the leads say that the Aam Aadmi Party is on track to get the majority number. Talk to us about elections in Delhi per se. I'm curious to know. You know, it's a city that, you know, the rest of the country has its eyes on. It's the national capital. You know, it has huge roads that strike you, especially for people who come from outside the city to the city. Monuments, you know, etc., etc. But for people living in Delhi, you know, how important have been these civic polls, say, 2 decades ago, as compared to now?
I don't think, you know, there was a lot of, you know, interest, or even, you know, people used to go out to vote. Numbers were drastically less earlier also. So
you mean the voting percentage?
The voting percentage, that's right. So clearly there is a shift in, you know, focus, primarily led by BJP, no doubt about it, who brought about, there's a cultural change, you got to see that.
Of taking these elections seriously.
Seriously.
Yeah.
You know, every election minutely for even every single ward. They have such a brilliant, marketing, or everything is on point. They don't leave anything for chance. There's no scope of any factors that they can't control. So they ensure that. So in that sense, you can see that these are slowly becoming, talking points, debating points. The fact that national channels, everyone across, trying to cover it, shows the kind of importance that has finally come to it. So yes, MCD right now it's very important because it handles your day-to-day things. Everything from your electricity, your water, your basic sanitation, everything is covered under this. So people need to take it more seriously than probably even the other state elections or something like that, because it handles that.
This affects your day-to-day life.
Exactly, it does. So you need to, people need to vote, people need to come out, and support the people who think are going to back their requirements.
And that's the reason why, we here are tracking these election results, just like any other state assembly or national assembly election results all through the day here, because these are as important as all the other so-called big elections.
I would say these elections impact your life directly as other elections do, because it caters to your daily needs, as you rightly said. It caters to your water supply, it caters to your roads, it caters to your sanitation. Imagine a day when a sanitation works, when sanitation
none of this can stop on a daily basis.
When sanitation workers go on a strike, imagine the problems that you will face. So these elections are even more important. I would say that these elections should show more voter turnout than the other elections. Other elections are also important, as
nobody questions the importance of those elections, but clearly
this election is local. It affects you directly. If you every time there is an issue, you say that the local MLA is not doing it, then the Aam Aadmi Party leader would come, this is
local councillor is not doing
it. So your councillor. One important aspect that I could recall, I was walking on the road during the election, so I was talking to some of the voters. They said, we will vote for a person who is our local, who lives here, who is our local leader, so that we can go up to him tomorrow and ask him, and get our issues resolved. So that is also an important aspect. People vote for the local leaders, people, the leaders that they know, because they want their issues to be resolved.
This is the most the fundamental way of experiencing democracy in the country, right? You are in a city, you are living in that city, and you're working in that city, and you're living in a particular area, working in a particular area, and you go out to vote for one of you from your area. That's the most direct way in which you can feel democracy.
That's how our democracy is structured, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. But the fact that, a lot of people say, these municipal corporation elections, just that we're discussing New Delhi today, be it Chandigarh or Hyderabad, as you've been telling us, so Surat civic body elections, everything are seen as national political referendum, so to speak. And as Justin, as you have been rightly pointing out, this New Delhi municipal corporation elections coming at a time when you have the Gujarat state election results coming out, and you have the Himachal Pradesh state election coming out. Just asking you, from your perspective, do you think that had these New Delhi elections, municipal elections, been held little earlier, because this was deferred from April, and because at that point in time there were 3 different East Delhi, North Delhi, and South Delhi, and then there was a proposal in March to unify it, and then finally in May it was unified. The delimitation happened, and then you had the elections finally being announced for November, and then counting in December. Do you think that had these elections happened when they were supposed to happen, or even a little delayed, not this delayed, it could have had an impact on what's happening in Gujarat, because Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a contender there as well?
So yeah, you have to understand that one thing is that there's no doubt of the importance of this election, of the MCD elections. Even if it was held earlier or even later, the efforts being put in by either AAP or BJP wouldn't have lessened. What is challenging here for AAP is that it has come bang in middle of another state that they are eyeing for a very long time. So that is, then they had to recalibrate their strategy. Earlier probably they were thinking that full on 100% they are going to put in their efforts here. But suddenly you have the Gujarat election, which is equally important for them to make a mark, for that have that national party ambition. That is, I think, most probably likely to happen. Let's see, wait till tomorrow. So, but the fact that
never speak before the final numbers are out.
Till the last ball is bowled.
So, the fact that within 10 years they are able to become a national party, that could become a national party, that is in itself a very big feat. So coming to back to the point that, is there a challenge? Yes, it's a challenge for them that to, divide their attention in two different places. But as far as importance is concerned, as far as, the requirement, they would have definitely fought it in the same way that they have done it right now.
I just want to add, I mean, BJP is almost at 101. It was at 10. So the numbers are more or less, stabilizing. So I would predict that Aam Aadmi Party will get a mayor. But interesting that BJP is still at a 3-figure. So I just wanted to add for our viewers the official figures that we got from Election Commission. So for now, Aam Aadmi Party has won 64 seats.
64 seats for the Aam Aadmi Party. For all those watching this live broadcast here on News 9.
BJP has won just 50 seats.
BJP has won 50 seats.
This means for the first time, official figures show up ahead of BJP. Official declared figures. And Congress has won 4 seats and 1 seat has gone to the independent.
So 64 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 50 for the BJP, 4 for the Congress Party and 1 for an independent.
Just to add on about the significance of MCD elections and the timings. You remember when the unification when the elections were deferred and the unification of these 3 municipal bodies were announced, Aam Aadmi Party staged a protest and they say this is being done by the BJP to benefit them in the elections. There was a huge row over it.
They called the entire decision arbitrary.
Yeah, they call it arbitrary and they say this is being done to benefit BJP. But now look at the results. The trends are showing Aam Aadmi Party winning. The official figures are showing Aam Aadmi Party ahead. So this shows that Aam Aadmi Party was prepared for these elections right from day one.
They were like, hold it as soon as you can.
As I said earlier, they were trying to breach into BJP's MCD bastion since they were in inception. There was Dilip Pandey who started the fight. There was other leaders who are now MLAs. They have become MLAs, but the fight continues. Look at their campaign. Look at how seriously they took this. They wanted to be in MCD. But again, it remains to be seen how they perform. Will they again pass the buck? Who will they blame for the MCD mess?
Let's talk about that. And if you're going to assume at this stage that the leads that you're seeing on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, the numbers on your screens are the wards in which the leads are there. That they are not the final results. Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 131 wards, BJP in 102, Congress in 11, others are 6. Bear in mind the majority mark is 125 or 126 to form the majority because there are 250 wards in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, the Unified Municipal Corporation of Delhi of North, East and South. We are talking about a new party taking charge of the MCD, which is the Aam Aadmi Party for the first time in 3 decades, because it was the Congress before and it was the BJP after that, dominating in their own bastions, and then eventually now Aam Aadmi Party set to take charge of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. If I were to ask you, what do you think would be Kejriwal's top priority with the MCD the moment his party takes charge? What do you think should be?
I think the garbage, the sanitation part has to be the key focus right now for Kejriwal. Because across Delhi, except, Lutyens Delhi, everywhere else it's a mess, it's a garbage on the roads. People cannot walk during rains, it's really messed up, So because most of the Delhiites live in colonies, and most of them are unregulated, which means that, there's not a proper sewage system, it's open sewage system, then the garbage is, piled up someplace. This requires a clear-cut strategy that requires to be put in first place. Because there are going to be other unregulated colonies which are going to be regulated. Okay, there's a change on paper, but as far as facilities are concerned, absolutely none. So that continues. That's got to be the first thing that you got to change on road. Secondly, of course, the roads. Really bad roads. We can say, the good roads are wide and all, but in a lot of places they are not, repaired. You can see the repair happening just before election. Roads near my houses, just before elections, were absolutely smooth. Otherwise, it was congested. The traffic was so slow because, you cannot drive on those roads. So those are the things that it got to be, put in place very soon.
Yeah, just to add on, unauthorized colonies is a big problem that Delhi has. Official figures say 70 to 75% colonies of Delhi are unauthorized. What does this unauthorized colony mean? This means they are not covered under these civic agencies. So most of these colonies depend on their local MLAs, local councillors to get their stuff done. There's this colony called Sainik Farm in South Delhi. This is I think the richest unauthorized colony of the world. It is an unauthorized colony. Just a week I think 2 weeks ago they got their roads remade. There's a private road but because of their own efforts. So the unauthorized colony mess is something that should be resolved, because once the colony becomes authorized, they come under the MCD and all the bylaws. The other problem, garbage is just not it's everybody's problem, but it has become an image issue with Delhi. Everybody talks about Delhi as these 3 landmarks. So the first priority that the Kejriwal government should do is at least get rid of these garbage mounds. At least on the face of it, show us that these garbage is being treated. We have these STPs coming up. We have a STP in Okhla, sewage treatment plant. If you go by Okhla, if you travel through that area,
it will look like a mountain range. It will actually, if you're coming from a bit far off, it looks like some Aravalli mountains.
Yeah.
But then you close up and then you see the garbage mound.
And you can feel the smell.
Horrible.
Yeah, so Delhi, if you go to that East Delhi area, it stinks. Even if you are in your car, you can feel the stink. That is what has happened to Delhi. It's a best of both worlds. Like one side you have NDMC, one side you have Lutyens Delhi, posh, plush, green area, clean area. On another side you have a Ghazipur Mound. So this dichotomy should be taken care of, I think.
Well, absolutely, and that all the attention being showered on this elections. I hope the hope here is that now, especially with the media covering it, so fervently from the campaigning stage to the final results, the hope is that the attention remains on the parties who fought these elections with great promises to see how they act once the final tally is declared. As we speak, BJP is at 100 wards, is leading at 100, and Aam Aadmi Party is leading 135. Exit polls, bear in mind, did not give the BJP a triple-digit figure, but it's still somehow holding on to triple-digit figures in terms of leads at least. But bear in mind, around 75% of the votes have been counted as of 11:40 in the morning, and we have results in which it's a clear lead for the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party has been declared a winner in 64 seats. That's the latest. 64 seats, Aam Aadmi Party has been declared a winner, and BJP has been declared a winner in about 50 seats, with Congress winning 4 and Independent winning 1. Those are the results that we have so far. The numbers on your screens are leads, and as we continue discussing News 9 at News 9 Live and News 9 Plus here, visuals of the Bharatiya Janata Party members celebrating. Bear in mind, the Bharatiya Janata Party was not given a chance of anywhere more than double-digit figures for this MCD elections, and they have done remarkably well considering.
They must have shocked themselves by these numbers. Seriously, I mean,
are they surprised themselves?
Yeah,
with those
exactly.
numbers?
I mean, nobody were willing to give them more than 50-60 seats.
Right.
And out here, they are close to the 3-figure mark. That's astounding.
That's astounding. Clearly. Justin, you were just discussing about issues and stuff. Pollution also gets discussed at this time of the year, and thankfully the elections are happening at the same time when pollution has just been a big issue just a matter of weeks ago. Do you think that this will be the time when something has to be done? Because you can keep blaming what the factors outside, but clearly there is something lacking intrinsically, systemically, when it comes to Delhi tackling its pollution problem.
See, AAP's PR is really good, okay? But this is one area they are boxed in right now. They have absolutely no space to wriggle around right now. For 7-8 years, they went around saying they blamed everyone but themselves. But right now, they don't have that option. So clearly, they have to put out a clear-cut plan as to how they're going to go about it, how they're going to reduce it. Because any blame is just going to backfire at them only. So they need to have, what are they planning? What are they going to suggest? How they're going to reduce it? Because it's not just, the parali or stubble burning that is causing that. A lot of pollution is generated within the city itself. The constructions, the factories, the unregulated factories, all these things that comes into play. So there's no control over that right now. So first you got to get your control first, and then try to shift blame.
For once, they can't say Punjab Farm Files. For once, they can't say Punjab Farm Files because they're ruling Punjab. They can't say we don't have control over the local bodies, which actually do these things. So it's a good point that Justin is making. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
Justice rightly pointed out that blame game has to end. As you rightly said, earlier they used to blame Punjab, the Congress government in Punjab. Now they have a government in Punjab. So then there were times when they would blame MCD, BJP, you know, for the mess. But this time, if they come, it's a golden opportunity for Aam Aadmi Party to perform and show that they have that will to resolve issues. And pollution is something which is affecting everybody. You know, you have had data which said that there have been deaths due to pollution across the country, and Delhi is one of the most affected cities in the world. So that, I think pollution, apart from the garbage thing, the pollution thing should be another priority.
Top priority. Top priority.
He did some of the things that he built a smog tower in CP, which is just a, an image thing. It is just a photo op. I would say, I have spoken to researchers, smog towers don't help. There has to be a long-term, sustainable solution for pollution. You can't have odd even, for 5 days and then say, you can't ban trucks from entering Delhi and say that you will take
because
care of
even historically speaking, even the odd even scheme has a very limited minimal impact in terms of controlling pollution in big cities. That's what empirical evidence says so far. So there has to be larger, more important solutions.
He has to move beyond these photo ops. He has to move beyond these symbolic gestures. He has to do something on ground, and it's a golden opportunity for Arvind Kejriwal.
Right, and now we have some voices coming in as the numbers settle. 136 Aam Aadmi Party is leading in. Bear in mind, 64 of which has been declared as victories for the Aam Aadmi Party out of the 136 in which it's leading. BJP leading in 100, declared victory in 50. Congress leading in 10, 4 have been declared as victories, while independents are leading in 4, 1 has won. From the independent as well. We have a voice coming in. We have BJP leader Manoj Tiwari who has spoken as the numbers have come out for the MCD elections. So let's quickly listen to what BJP's Manoj Tiwari had to say.
बीजेपी एमसीडी में आने जा रही है. हम जानते हैं नेक टू नेक है, थोड़ा अपर एज है आम आदमी पार्टी को, लेकिन जो सीट अभी घोषित हुई है जीतने की, तो अभी हम जो देख के रहे 9 वो जीते हैं, 14 हम जीते हैं. तो रुझान में कोई भी जीत सकता है. तो ये स्थिति, इसके लिए मैं दिल्ली की जनता का आभार प्रकट करता हूं. हम चौथी बार एमसीडी में आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, फिर भी हम नेक टू नेक लगे हुए हैं. रिजल्ट कुछ भी हो सकता है. अभी आम आदमी पार्टी के लड्डू सूख रहे होंगे. लड्डू हमारे यहाँ भी रखे हैं, फूल हमारे यहाँ भी रखे हैं, लेकिन अगर आम आदमी पार्टी का दावा था कि 220 सीट लाएंगे और यहाँ 126 के लाले पड़े हुए हैं, तो ये स्थिति को हम ये मानते हैं कि दिल्ली की जनता का बीजेपी में बहुत प्यार है. रिजल्ट फाइनल जो भी हो, लेकिन दिल्ली की जनता ने बीजेपी को दिल में रखा है. बीजेपी एमसीडी में आने जा रही है. हम जानते हैं नेक टू नेक है, थोड़ा अपर एज है आम आदमी पार्टी को, लेकिन जो सीट अभी घोषित हुई है जीतने की, तो अभी हम जो देख के रहे 9 वो जीते हैं, 14 हम जीते हैं. तो रुझान में कोई भी जीत सकता है. तो ये स्थिति, इसके लिए मैं दिल्ली की जनता का आभार प्रकट करता हूं. हम चौथी बार एमसीडी में आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, फिर भी हम नेक टू नेक लगे हुए हैं. रिजल्ट कुछ भी हो सकता है. अभी आम आदमी पार्टी के लड्डू सूख रहे होंगे. लड्डू हमारे यहाँ भी रखे हैं, फूल हमारे यहाँ भी रखे हैं, लेकिन अगर आम आदमी पार्टी का दावा था कि 220 सीट लाएंगे और यहाँ 126 के लाले पड़े हुए हैं, तो ये स्थिति को हम ये मानते हैं कि दिल्ली की जनता का बीजेपी में बहुत प्यार है. रिजल्ट फाइनल जो भी हो, लेकिन दिल्ली की जनता ने बीजेपी को दिल में रखा है.
आम आदमी पार्टी, लेकिन निशाना सीधे नरेंद्र मोदी पर साधते हुए पुनीत शर्मा का रुख करेंगे. पुनीत, आप क्या तस्वीरें दिखा सकते हैं जल्दी से?
दफ्तर में मौजूद और यहाँ पर इतिहास रचने की ओर जा रहा. देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर ढोल के ऊपर डांस कर रहे हैं. जबरदस्त भीड़ है. तो पूरी दिल्ली से आम आदमी पार्टी आ चुके हैं. दुर्गेश पाठक को वहाँ कंधों पर लोग उठाकर लेकर के आ रहे हैं और जश्न का माहौल है. हर तरफ गुब्बारे लगाए गए हैं, ढोल बज रहे हैं, गाने हो रहे हैं, और आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे यहाँ पर दुर्गेश पाठक भी यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं, बातचीत करते हैं. यहाँ पर
15 साल के पाप के पहाड़ को भी खत्म करना है.
बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है. दिल्ली में तो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, तो एमसीडी में भी होगी.
बिल्कुल, मुझे लगता है ये काम करने का वक्त है.
तो काम करना है, 5 साल दिन रात जो वादे किए उस वादे पे खरा उतरना है। दिल्ली की जनता को अब लेंटर माफिया से मुक्ति मिलेगी, इसलिए दिल्ली जनता को धन्यवाद, पूरे से आज़ादी मिलेगी। देखिए, मैं दिल्ली जनता को धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ। आपने अरविंद केजरीवाल पर फिर से अपना विश्वास जताया है, उनके गारंटी अपना विश्वास जताया है। मैं आपको वादा करता हूँ कि आपने जो विश्वास जताया उस पर हम खरे उतरने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे।
संजीव जी, ये बताइए मेयर कौन होगा?
नहीं, बात की बात है, तय किया जाएगा।
Now you can see that the Bharatiya Janata Party is confined to 101 seats. Aam Aadmi Party is leading 135 seats. I think somehow the results have consolidated in a way where there is a difference of roughly 35 seats between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. That's one thing clear. Congress has stabilized in double digits and others at 4. So Aam Aadmi Party has been able to retain a sense of edge. But then keeping in mind that the anti-defection law is not applicable at MCD, it makes them slightly vulnerable. Brijesh?
I would like to, for the benefit of viewers who have just joined us, Aam Aadmi Party has won 64 seats and they are leading in 71 seats. BJP has won in 50 and they are leading in 51. India National Congress, which is Congress Party, they have won in 4 and they are leading in 6. And Independence is 1 and 1. And AIMIM have also won 1 seat. They are leading in 1 seat. So yes, the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party has won the entire this MCD election proper. They would want this tally to move 5 or 10 more seats, somewhere in the range of 140 plus. And that is something which the Aam Aadmi Party would want. There is no anti-defection law. So when it comes to electing the mayor, the challenge will be there. The challenge will be there for Aam Aadmi Party. But as I have said, Aam Aadmi Party, unlike Congress, is a party which has a very committed cadre. And they see power. They see expansion of the party. They see party getting power to beyond the boundaries of Delhi. So for them to defect would be slightly less than the chances of Congress doing that. So it'll be pretty interesting right now. But good part is, like, I would say that the drubbing which most of the exit polls and pollsters were talking about, now since it's almost 12 and figures have solidified, more than 100 plus seats have come out, the BJP has not performed that badly. They've lost, no questions about it, no doubt about it. Aam Aadmi Party has won spectacularly, no doubt about it. But the loss of the BJP has not been the drubbing which was being predicted by many.
Ashok?
Well, as far as the numbers at this point in time, they are telling the story for everybody. Aam Aadmi Party is leading at 135 seats. The BJP is around 101 mark. And we are already at 12 o'clock, it's 12 noon. And probably these figures are going to stabilize from here on. And maybe there will be a change of 2 to 3% seats from here on. And Karthikeya, it looks like the BJP could slide down to double digits, whereas Aam Aadmi Party at the best performance could be something around 140 seats. So at this point in time, you can safely call the election saying that Aam Aadmi Party has won the MCD elections. Another very interesting feature which we spoke and Rajesh pointed out earlier during the course of the conversation was the victory of the Congress Party, and especially at seats where the minority votes are in huge numbers. These are the areas from where the Congress Party has emerged victorious, and it's kind of a message that will also go out to the Aam Aadmi Party not to take the Muslim votes for granted, because the minority votes have been polled in favor of the Congress Party, a party which is fighting for its existential battle not only nationally but even in Delhi. So that is the picture which is emerging at this point in time. Aam Aadmi Party is clearly crossed the halfway mark. The Bharatiya Janata Party is sliding to the double digits in the late 90s. Congress doing slightly well than what was expected, because we didn't expect the Congress to move into the double-digit figures, but it looks like Congress will go around 10, 11 seats, which would go in their favors. Another interesting feature where we are
But you have to give it to BJP that they have not slid below
the
triple
100
digits,
mark.
yes?
Oh, yes.
They are not in double digits.
At the moment, they are not. What I'm trying to suggest is that if this trend continues, or rather this trend is more or less stabilized, but there will still be a 2% slide or movement of the seats. 2% if it goes up for the Aam Aadmi Party, it slides 2%, and if it slides 2%, then the Bharatiya Janata Party will be somewhere in the double-digit mark, and it's not as humiliating a victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party as it was predicted by the exit polls, and but a tremendous performance by the Aam Aadmi Party, which previously in the corporations, the figure or the councillors representing the Aam Aadmi Party was somewhere around 49, and from there they are rising up to 135 or 140. So that's a tremendous victory for them.
Just let's have a listen into the Sanjay Singh's bite of Aam Aadmi Party.
एक तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नरेंद्र मोदी जी और अमित शाह का चेहरा, 17 केंद्रीय मंत्री, सैकड़ों सांसद और 8 मुख्यमंत्री और दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी चुनाव लड़ रही थी अपना 15 साल पुराना गढ़ बचाने के लिए। दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली का बेटा, दिल्ली के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा एक ही बात कहती थी, कांग्रेस को हराया हमको नहीं हराया, कांग्रेस को हराया हमको नहीं हराया। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उस दर्द का आज इलाज कर दिया। 15 साल पुराने किले को अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी ने आज ध्वस्त किया है, कूड़ा राज को खत्म किया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एमसीडी के भ्रष्टाचार के राज को खत्म किया है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूरी डर्टी पॉलिटिक्स को दिल्ली की जनता ने अपने वोट की ताकत से जवाब दिया है।
So 101, 10, 135 and 4. How will it affect the election to the office of mayor?
Well, Kartiki, there is one thing that we have to keep in mind, is that when the election of mayor takes place to the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, the whip, no party, even if the party issues a whip, that whip is not binding, and the councillors are free to vote for the selection of mayor based on their conscience. So even if some member of a particular party defies the party whip, the anti-defection law will not apply to him or her. And this kind of election has a bearing on the election of a mayor when the margin of victory is slim. In this case, the margin of victory would be around 35 seats. However, if we look closely at the Aam Aadmi Party is a very closely knit party, so there is less chance of the councillors voting against the established or the given party line. But if it comes to a very close situation where the difference is only of 10 or 15 seats between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party, then possibly something could happen, in the sense that we still have Congress councillors, we have independent councillors, and maybe some councillors from the Aam Aadmi Party could also be shaken from their position, and it could have a bearing in the selection of the mayor, because after all, local bodies are about a mayor and his council. So we have a system where the mayor is analogous to the chief minister and his council, which has councillors who look after different departments and subjects and the upkeep of local issues.
Really, will it come to that, Vijay, that a slender margin would mean that the election to the office of mayor will become a contest?
Oh, absolutely. See, this is precisely what we discussed a couple of hours back. When I said that this rule
Let us also play the visuals coming from Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters, the visuals of celebration, though it's a different thing even BJP is celebrating right now.
See, the thing is that, you have to understand, it all depends on the margin of victory. Like suppose, it was 101 and 135. Now it is 104 and 132. And mind you, almost 140, 150 seats, results of which has already come. So it is not like, another half an hour, 45 minutes, the entire situation will be crystal clear as to which party has won how much. And then what will happen is that, once the anti-defection law is not applicable on you, then majority of the individuals, or several individuals, would or comes under a lot of pulls and pressures. And that could damage your game big time. Chances of it happening to Aam Aadmi Party is much less, but it all depends on the margin.
But even the response of the Aam Aadmi Party is slightly subdued. Maybe they were expecting slightly more. They were expecting a sort of a 150 plus win.
Absolutely. I mean, and the exit poll, all the exit polls gave them a lot of this thing. And see, I mean, the way numbers are shifting even now, as we are talking in the last 5 minutes.
They're happy, but they're not in extremely celebratory mood,
Because the loss, that is what I've been saying, the loss is just a loss. It's not humiliation. It's not drubbing. It's not like, you have been drubbed back to the third position, or you have lost by, like, say, you have gotten only 120 seats, 90 seats or 75 seats, and you say that, that your defeat is absolutely, it's a sound defeat. It's not a sound defeat. I mean, if they are up above 100, then it's a loss, nevertheless. But it's not a humiliating loss. And Aam Aadmi Party knows this. And this is the reason why, see, these figures and all, they are oscillating like anything.
Another interesting thing to look into, Karthikeya, at this point in time will be to see the Congress Party's gain, whether Congress Party's gain has come at the cost of Aam Aadmi Party.
I think so. The Congress Party's gain has come at the cost of the Aam Aadmi Party. If Congress would have gone down, Aam Aadmi Party would have certainly done better in at least 10 to 15 seats.
So that would have taken the tally of the Aam Aadmi Party across the 150 mark, which the Aam Aadmi Party would have really rejoiced, or possibly would have been really happy at looking at their numbers. But at the same time, it should be a rude wake-up call for the Aam Aadmi Party also to get their act together. Until and unless they don't get their act together, they could be in for a rude shock in the assembly elections also. Because the way the Muslim voters have been voting, because that's something which we'll have to look closely every ward-wise, and also see what percentage of voters have voted for the Congress Party. And there could be, even in their victory, Aam Aadmi Party will have to draw lessons from this elections.
I think the biggest takeaway for me is that the Congress has been able to, show its presence, because I personally felt that the Congress would be completely wiped out. Now, for them to show some sort of resilience where none of the top leaders campaign, none of their central leadership campaign, there was no star-studded campaign. There used to be a time when Hollywood stars would come and campaign for the Congress Party. None of that happened. But one has to wait and see the sort of vote consolidation. See, Congress vote has gone down. There's no doubt about it. Now, it has to be seen whether it has gone down by 10%, 20%, 30%, and what's the gain which Aam Aadmi Party has made. But even as we speak now, it continues to fluctuate. Though BJP has not crossed 110 and Aam Aadmi Party has not gone down below 125, but it's still a close contest. I think it just goes on to show that, BJP, or I think it's a telling thing. Now you can continue to hold your ground even if you lose your election.
Now you can say for sure, Karthikeya, which you have been trying to say, that all exit polls have been proven horribly wrong.
Yes.
You can say that for sure. Because otherwise, I mean, I don't see it happening the way the pollsters had predicted. Even if it goes to 99, they've got it horribly wrong.
Why did they feel that there was a wave, in retrospect? Why did they feel that there was a wave in Delhi?
See, there's a problem as far as the exit polls are concerned. The biggest problem lies on the sample size. You are basically talking to some 200, 300 people is your sample size, and you are extrapolating the results to the whole population. That is where the problem lies. Generally, that had worked, that usually works in a situation where there is a wave kind of a thing, that those numbers can be extrapolated. But when the fight on the ground is neck and neck, these figures which you derive from the exit polls cannot be extrapolated for the general population, and this exactly seems to have gone wrong as far as the exit pollsters are concerned. And for them also, it's time that they, number one, increase the sample size on which they base their predictions or the results, they announce the results. However, what the political, at the end of the day, the numbers on our screen are speaking for themselves. The Aam Aadmi Party seems to have crossed the halfway mark and is comfortably placed to, have their government in place as far as the Municipal Corporation of Delhi is concerned. And one more thing, Kartikeya, that I would like to say at this point in time is that this has been a very contentious election, because after the reunification of the three MCDs, these elections were supposed to be held in April 2022. However, on the last moment, the central government decided that all these three corporations have to be unified, and because of that, these elections have been delayed by 6 months, and the Aam Aadmi Party had gone to the Supreme Court saying that, there is an effort on the part of the central government to meddle with the election process as far as Delhi is concerned. There were petitions in the Delhi High Court also which challenged the delimitation, the whole process of delimiting these 250 seats, because earlier the three corporations, the total number of seats in the three corporations was around 272, but after this reunification of these three corporations, the numbers have come down to 250
so
seats.
Right now 153 wards have been declared. Aam Aadmi Party has won 83, BJP has won 65, National Congress has won 4, and Independent, they are confined to 1, which means that AAP has got leads even in the victory.
AAP has got lead, but Kartikeya, again, as I was saying, the important takeaway from this is, people will try to throw a whole host of data at you and try to spin it out whichever way you want to. But I think the most important thing is, again, as we have been discussing, is what happens to the most of the Muslim majority seats, because you also remember that this is the first election Delhi is seeing after 2020 riots. So after 2020 riots, this is the first election Delhi is seeing, and if Congress party holds on to most of these Muslim dominated seats, it definitely marks a shift in the narrative. Like, where people, the 90% of the discourse was like, how they had no chance, how Muslims had no chance and they would vote for Aam Aadmi Party or any party which is opposed to BJP, come what may. That, the given thing might be broken in this particular MCD election, and there'll be a wake-up call for Aam Aadmi Party as well.
So you really feel that the core Muslim constituents have broken away from Aam Aadmi Party?
See, we'll have to wait for the data to come out.
Aam Aadmi Party is not displaying that surge.
Could be, very well. Because 2020 there was riots, NDCA protests, whole host of things which was going on. And this is the first election post that in Delhi. And if Congress is sticking to that 10 or goes up, his tally goes up to by 1 or 2 more seats, and the real story will emerge once the data emerges. There are chances that data might prove all of us wrong. But what is emerging right now as we speak and as we have been talking about is that there seems to be a degree of disenchantment between Muslim voters and Aam Aadmi Party.
Isn't that working for BJP's favour?
It is. Because if you remember, Bihar election, AIMIM won 5 seats. But they destroyed, they wrecked the chances of RJD in several other seats. Otherwise, Aam Aadmi, at that time it looked like RJD would form government of its own. So this could very well might be like, the 7-8 seats less because of that, and plus the overall surge which usually you would see when the entire community votes for you. So that could very well be the reason between, say, 130 and 145.
Well, the fluctuation continues to take place. Now BJP is down to 103, Congress is 10.
Yeah, but it is more or less settled between 105 BJP, 130.
I think the message has gone.
Yeah.
I think the message has gone that Aam Aadmi has won. I think it's a matter of margin now.
It is a matter of margin.
It's a matter of margin, whether the margin of victory for the Aam Aadmi Party is around 30 seats or 35 seats. That is something more or less what I see. These figures are more or less reflective of the final trends. So somewhere if we look at Aam Aadmi Party could stabilize somewhere between 135 and 140. Bharatiya Janata Party could stabilize between 97 and 102, something like that. But these figures that we see on our screens at the moment are kind of stable and reflective trends of the final results.
So which means that at the most Aam Aadmi Party will touch 140 seats, and at the most BJP will stabilize above 95.
Slide down to 95 or 97.
So which means that the BJP despite loss has been able to hold on to its core constituents.
Well, yes, and the fact is that this narrative could have gone horribly wrong. you know, but they have held on to their own. They have lost the battle, but they haven't lost the prestige.
They haven't lost the prestige.
They haven't lost the prestige, and if this remains, like if their numbers of seat is above 100, it's a loss. But as I've been saying,
tell me one thing, with MCD and Delhi government in AAP, will it improve governance at local level?
It should. Why not? Then the chances of you see, one thing is there, Kartikeya, we were talking about Parali. You know, we are talking about Parali, but when you, if you remember, you know that after a couple of days of prevarication or sidestepping the real issue, Bhagwant Mann did admit it.
Yes,
he did admit that yes, we are at the government and we should do more and we will do more.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, that is like when you make tall claims and when the situation doesn't go as you would want to, you can be held accountable.
Yes.
So people can ask Arvind Kejriwal, people can ask Manish Sisodia and others that boss, you promised that those landfills will be removed. What happened to them? So then the sense of accountability also increases. So we have to understand that Delhi situation in Delhi is unlike any other states, you know, where 90% of the decisions can be vetoed by the Lieutenant Governor.
Because Delhi is a half state, all said and done.
Absolutely.
And even if they're in control of MCD, even if the government is in the Aam Aadmi Party's control of the Delhi government, the major power still resides with the Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, and in fact, this battle between the balancing out between the powers of the Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi Chief Minister is still waging in the Supreme Court. Now, the matter will be heard maybe earlier next week, when the Supreme Court, a bench of 5 judges, will be hearing that matter. Now, that is a matter which concerns who controls the bureaucracy in Delhi. If Arvind Kejriwal is able to control the bureaucracy, which means the police and the IAS officers, bureaucrats who are employed or who are a part of the Delhi government, if the Chief Minister has the direct control of them, then he'll definitely be yielding more power, and that it will come at the cost of LG's power, because at the moment the Lieutenant Governor is almost like the Chief Executive Officer, and Delhi Chief Minister is like his Deputy Chief Executive Officer. So in any situation or in any organization, the CEO has the final say. However, there is this tug of war which is going on between Arvind Kejriwal and the LG's office, that who will actually call the shots in Delhi.
So ultimately, you know, if we have to analyze these elections, they did not take place on bad air, garbage, park, transport, metro, disposal, waste to compost. It ultimately went down to the politics of Vishwas, faith.
But you know, how does this faith originate, Kartikeya? This faith originates only on the premise of the fact that I believe, my faith is that you might deliver on what you're promising. There could be, like, you know, in politics, 50 people saying that you don't do. There are 50 people who say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not done any work. But there are 50 others who are, or more than that, who believe that he has done. And this is what faith is. This is what get people elected. It's not only Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All these politicians who keep on making a comeback to power. So the faith also originates from the fact that I believe that you are the one who I can hold accountable to. You are the one who I believe can solve my problem. See, Nadi, Nali, Khalanja, we may not find it very palatable to our taste, but that's a living reality which majority of the people are facing every single day.
Tell me, once the elections are out, the results out, do you think the BJP will make accountable the local MLAs and MPs in terms of the sort of wards they have won in their respective places? Will that sort of introspection take place? I heard there's a meeting which is being organized.
See, honestly speaking, I'll not take the name, but or even I can take the name. See, the point is that when first time Delhi saw this election, and we saw that this Aam Aadmi Party trounced BJP 67-3. So at around 6 o'clock there was a news flash that Delhi's state head has been removed.
Okay.
Satish Upadhyay has been removed. So we all were like, calling him frantically to confirm it and run it, and he was not taking his call. So we've rushed to to 9 Ashoka Road, which was adjacent to 11 Ashoka Road where the old BJP Delhi office is. So we saw his guy coming in. So he said, has Mr. Upadhyay resigned? So he said, for what? So we were like, we lost elections so badly. So that's all right. But why would he resign? So what was his say in deciding who will get the ticket and all? So the point is that it is not like as if, the Delhi unit is the one which is deciding how the campaign is to be run. Delhi unit is deciding who all gets the ticket. So, you know, I think a lion's share of the blame also lies
With the
at the
central
doorstep of the central leadership. You cannot just say that, you know, Adesh Gupta head should roll. I mean, you can ceremoniously roll his head and try to deflect, but everybody knows that Adesh Gupta hand would not be there even in one ticket being allotted to any of the MLC or candidates who have gotten ticket for MLC. So it's not going to be like that. And the thing
So
is,
where does the buck stop for BJP here?
right now, I think, a lion's share at the BJP central leadership. And a small chunk.
Who was in charge of Delhi elections?
See, there were
BJP,
many,
RSS, Parivar.
There were many who were part of this entire group which was selecting candidates and all. But I think, Kartikeya, if you look at the final tally, and if tally remains something like this, I know that there will be call for serious introspection. Couple of heads might roll also, but the figures are not that bad that would merit a complete overhauling of the situation as it would have had the figures been reading 75. Or as if the most of the pollsters would have gotten it right, Aam Aadmi Party getting somewhere in the range of 170 and all. It's a fantastic victory on the part of Aam Aadmi Party, but it is not that abject surrender or defeat on the part of the BJP.
So basically you are saying that this defeat will not lead to an overhaul because it's a defeat, not humbling.
It comes back to again the moot point that BJP has been able to overhaul the rest of the country. BJP has been able to completely overhaul Gujarat. You know, where you got Rupani, then you replace Rupani with the current chief minister, you replace the entire cabinet. Delhi, you have done everything.
Why have they failed? Why have they failed? Why has BJP failed in Delhi repeatedly?
According to me, no leadership. There is no direction. There is no leadership. You know, even in an organization without a focused leadership, somebody who can give you a vision, somebody who can lead you to victory. Without that kind of a vision or leadership, you cannot actually think of achieving victory. You know, what we've seen in this particular election is that the MCD elections were very high decibel elections where we saw, and also high profile, 7 chief ministers of BJP ruled states coming and campaigning in Delhi for the MCD elections. The tallest leaders in the Bharatiya Janata Party also campaigning for the BJP councillors here in Delhi. Now this clearly shows that BJP desperately wanted to win this election. However, all said and done, they have not been able to resolve this fundamental flaw of having a dedicated leadership. They are possibly afraid to fix responsibility on one individual because they believe, as Brijesh rightly pointed out, that the Delhi population is so fractured along various lines that we have a floating migrant population, we have population of people coming in from UP, Bihar, various other parts of the country. All these constituents have to be pampered and their leaderships have to be pampered. So what happens is that if you appoint a Punjabi BJP chief, then the person who represents the Purvanchali community will feel jilted and possibly will not work for the party. So what the BJP is doing at the moment, BJP central leadership is doing at the moment, is that we will not have a leader in Delhi. The leadership of Delhi will vest with the central party leadership, and because they don't want to upset the apple cart, they don't want to fix responsibility, they don't want one person to have an upper hand over others. But at some point in time after this elections, that the BJP central leadership will have to get their act together and decide that it doesn't make a difference if some constituents get ruffled, their feathers are ruffled, or if they feel left out from the leadership race, but still there has to be one face, one person who will be leading the party.
You know, looking at these final figures which are out, I can safely say that, you know, elections are settling in 130 plus and in the area of 100 plus. Yeah. And the Congress is in the domain of 10 plus because much fluctuation has not taken place since then.
Almost 60 minutes now, not much difference.
Fluctuation has taken place. BJP is fluctuating from 101 to 105 and AAP has been fluctuating from 129 to 135. And Congress has not fluctuated at all. Well, they're stuck between 10 to 11. Others, what is the reason why the others are very few? Local election, you know, a lot of independents win. But why in Delhi the numbers of others remain low? Any specific reason?
Because I think that there is no complete sway of one particular party. And both sides, both the challenger as well as the person in power, both have performed phenomenally well.
Okay.
So the space for the others got squeezed out badly. You know, if there's a sweep on one side and you see less number of seats on the incumbent side, then you also see a decent sprouting of others, which says independent. But this election, that is not to be seen.
But I think the most important aspect before I close in this discussion, because I think the numbers have stabilized and and I think it's time we can call off this election, saying that AAP has won. I think what's the biggest takeaway?
I think, I mean, you know, information which has come in is, Kartikeya, that now the Aam Aadmi Party will also get back at the BJP. So what they are trying to do is, or what will happen during the course of the day, as to information which has just come now, is that they will now, they have told all their spokesperson and everybody to tell to people, or you know, in all their press conferences, to say that despite the ED, despite the CBI and despite the CCTV clips, the Aam Aadmi Party has outsmarted BJP, the largest party in the world, and this is what Aam Aadmi Party is, that it can upset the apple cart. They will try to extract maximum mileage from the fact that all those allegations of Sukesh Chandrasekhar did no damage to them, all the CCTV footage did no damage to them. And yes, you may say, like we may say that, you know, exit polls gave them this many seats and all, but the fact is that if you judge their performance from their yesteryear's performance, which is of 2017, they have performed absolutely brilliantly. It's like almost 200-300%, 250% increase in their tally. So I think the major thrust of their attack would be at ED and Aam Aadmi, at ED, CBI and the CCTV. And I think if they're able to perform good in Gujarat election, which is, I'm not saying that they're going to win and all, but if their tally touches the double digit in Gujarat, trust me, they will be, their procession is going to be at par with the BJP's procession. That much I can guarantee.
Ashok?
For me, one takeaway from this election is that
Delhi State Election Commission app says AAP is leading 137 wards with 92 winners, and BJP 137 and BJP is leading in 100 wards including 72 winners. Congress party is ahead in 9 wards including 4 winners. So I think our data is, I think, somewhere round, you know, which means that Aam Aadmi Party will somewhere stabilize around 135 seats.
135 plus, yeah. Plus
135 plus, and BJP is going to stabilize in somewhere 100 plus. Ashok.
Yeah. So, Kartikeya, you just asked me that what would be a key takeaway for me as far as these elections are concerned. So, the key takeaway is not for the Aam Aadmi Party, but it's for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, that until and unless they give Delhi a face, a party face, they will not be able to fare well. The reason why Aam Aadmi Party has been able to do well, among the multitude of reasons, is also the fact that there was a face. Arvind Kejriwal was the face on which the elections were contested. Congress Party did not have a face. Bharatiya Janata Party did not have a face. However, it's time that both these parties take lessons from this election and actually put their act together and see to it that next time around, when they 5 years later down the line, when they go in again for the next round of election, they do it under a leadership.
I think leads are very, very clear. 137 leads for Aam Aadmi Party and 100 leads for
BJP.
Bharatiya Janata Party. So it just clearly...
It's settling at what we've been saying since morning, Kartikeya, that, like, you know, the BJP gets into double digit. No, we never said that it's going to be like 80. It's going to be 97, 98, somewhere in that realm of 97 to 102. In that this is the plus minus 5 which we are looking at, and then the plus minus 5 which we are looking at is 135 to 140. So plus minus 5 is what is going to happen in that realm.
And I think there should have been a bit of introspection part of the AAP. You know, what could have been a sort of a bigger victory. They should understand that the take it for granted attitude which they had for the minority community.
That is going to be an extremely important
Aam Aadmi Party
issue.
will have to vector that, because Muslims cannot erase themselves from public life. You know, I don't think that is something called smart politics. I don't think that is something called smart way to respond to Bharatiya Janata Party, because you cannot invisibilize 10 to 12% of the electorate just because it's not the politically correct thing to be seen with them. So I think that's the biggest takeaway from this election. What could have been a surge for Aam Aadmi Party, or what could have been like 145 to 150 seats, a dominant seat? I think that shift of vote 2 or 3% has made the way, because I really don't think constituents win by 5,000 votes or 6,000 votes in MCD ward. Victories are thin, and in this context I think these are alarm bells. For Congress it might be a matter of relief that they have made a comeback, because after the soft Hindutva peddling, neither the so-called Hindutva vote bank came to them, nor Muslims felt any sympathy for the Congress. They were in the typical 1988 Rajiv Gandhi situation, whereby minorities and the upper caste both felt cheated at the same time, and then came the whammy of Mandal Commission, whereby the remnants of the OBC leadership also left the Congress party. So you were watching India Decide with me, Brijesh Pandey and Ashok Bagadia on News 9 Plus. We will continue our coverage tomorrow. Tomorrow our coverage will start at 8 a.m. and that will be a Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh coverage. That coverage is also going to include multiple by-elections which are taking place in India, including Chhattisgarh. Our eyes will also be on Rampur Sadar, where Azam Khan's legacy is being tested. We will also be covering elections from Mainpuri, which is the bastion of Mulayam Singh Yadav's family, where Dimple Yadav, Mulayam Singh Yadav's daughter-in-law, late Mulayam Singh Yadav's daughter-in-law, is contesting election which saw a political patch-up between Shivpal and Akhilesh Yadav. So tomorrow, Thursday, is going to be a very interesting day. So you please come back to us 8 a.m. tomorrow morning in India Votes with me, Brijesh and Ashok. Thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you.